And we finish one, move into the next one. All right, man.
An honor to welcome you all to Women in PR Summit 2019, organized with the aim to create a platform for women in the industry to engage, aid, network, mentor, share ideas and opportunities with one another.
I'm so much in love with Women in PR and what they are doing because it is so unique, and it's new. I'm meeting new people, I'm getting to network, and I believe that this is really just the beginning of bigger things for women in PR in Ghana.
Basically, PR professionals, we serve as a bridge between our institutions and the stakeholders. Is that not it? So it's our responsibility to create a positive image about our organization.
This year's Women in PR Summit, compared to the previous years, I'd say that this year has gone a step higher, and it's been very good, very educative, very inspiring.
As communication professionals, when you want to move up, the fear will be there, but have that emotional courage and know that if you learn, as Clarence said, you learn and you know how to collaborate, you'll be able to achieve results.
As PR people, you need to read to generate facts. Everything we do is facts, then you analyze them. But if you don't have the facts, you can never analyze. So all your findings, all your outputs will be based on hearsay. And the beginning of that is gaining knowledge.
Your job is not going to stop government, but to find a win-win solution. And how do you do that? Proactively build a relationship with externals. And that you have a positive impact on your business and also positive impact on the society.
The conversations generated out of this summit, I believe a lot of people who came in today have been inspired, know what to do beyond this place to become great leaders in their respective organizations.
It is an honor to welcome you all to the 5th edition of Women in PR Ghana Summit, a yearly event organized with the aim to create a platform for women and professionals in the communication space to learn, share ideas and opportunities with one another.
Content marketing, which is what we should all be trying to do, is how can I use all of the various types of media out there to build trust between consumers, the audience, and my brand or my company.
It's about collaboration. That's why I said journalism and PR are two sides of the same coin. You can't go with one side. You're going to buy something with a coin. You can't say I'm using the heads to buy the thing, I'm keeping the tail. No.
So in the midst of crisis, how do we communicate? Do you prepare for crisis or you wait for crisis to come before you prepare? My answer will be that we prepare for crisis. You know the industry in which you are operating. So what are the likely things that can occur in that industry?
MTN is very pleased to be associated with the Women in PR Summit for the second time since its inception 5 years ago. I would like to congratulate Faith and her team for building Women in PR right from the beginning and for putting this amazing summit together.
The way we see our journalists, I think we need to give them a bit more respect because we do the job in the public domain. Everybody will see your mistake. They will also see your greatness.
What's the best way to manage the adrenaline that PR practitioners go through in the events that there's crisis? Because it is this adrenaline that causes us to rush to the journalist without necessarily rethinking our decisions.
I think when you show transparency and availability to the journalist on any issue, sometimes not necessarily they quote you directly, but you give them proper background and constant negotiation or engagement with them.
I think one of the lingering and very worrying things I've heard on radio and seen, and it's really even beyond our borders, is where if an organization does something, where they call it a PR gimmick, or they're doing PR, like where they think that PR is all about stats.
Think about a triangle, and then you have your strengths, you have where you need to improve, and then you have the currency. You're trying to see if there's a connection, and you're trying to figure out, do I need to do more work so I can play with that currency, or do I already have a strength that I can play up in that currency? For me, the currency is executive presence.
We are coming to you live on our YouTube platform. Yes, Women in PR. We are very much live on YouTube, and it's Women in PR GH. And so make sure you are subscribing to get notifications on all of our uploads. We are also live on Zoom. And so if you are watching me wherever across the continent, I need you to do this simple 3 things. Make sure you are commenting, make sure you are liking, and make sure you are sharing the link. I need to feel the energy because it's a virtual session and I'm feeding on this energy to make sure the show goes on. Talking about energy, how has your energy been in supporting the Black Star? I'm sure most of you will be negotiating seats ahead of this call tonight, whether to sleep early and wake up for the life, which is starting at about 1 a.m. or to sleep throughout and they will give you the updates later in the morning. Whatever it is, one thing is sure. Whether the Black Stars are coming home or they are coming back, should we say that? They are coming back this evening, we do not know. But two things are sure. Whether they win or not, they're definitely walking away smiling with their appearance fees. And one thing you are also walking away from this summit is you are going away. With that energy to make sure that once you leave this summit this year, you are definitely going to say to yourself that I'm going to be that impact maker in my profession. And that speaks right to our theme for this year. 10 years of positioning women in PR as catalysts for strategic influence and change. And it is 10 years where we as women in PR, we continue to make change in shaping our organizations, influencing public discourse, and of course, driving meaningful change through strategic communication. I think we need to be proud of ourselves as a community. I mean, it took the vision of one woman, our founder, Faith, to dream big. And here we are today, 10 years down the line, and I can say we are indeed a force to reckon with when it comes to PR professional bodies, not only in Ghana, but across the continent. And I think we need to be proud of ourselves as a community. Please allow me to let you in on what you should expect for today's session. It's still going to be very, very interactive and of course inspiring, because there are a lot we have for you for today's session. We are going to be receiving some solidarity messages from some of our colleagues from across the continent, so I do hope that you stay on for that. And of course, we will be moving on to our plenary session, a very great conversation about this whole conversation of new technology, about AI, and how we are going to leverage all of these to craft narratives that matter globally. Because remember, the goal is to make sure we are thriving locally and globally, and that will be steered by my colleague Nanekia, who will be handling that conversation later on in the program. And of course, wonderful, wonderful panelists are just about to join in to be a part of this conversation. And later on, we will be taking our keynote addresses. These are women who are poised and well-versed in their respective areas of disciplines. And our first keynote speaker will be our very own Rosie Finn, who is the country director for MasterCard Foundation Nigeria. And she will be telling us what nobody tells us about influence. We hear a lot about influence, but we do not know some things. And so she will be telling us what nobody tells us about influence. And I am particularly interested in that one. After that, we'll be wrapping up at a crescendo. We will be climaxing with the final keynote address by a woman I adore and I admire so much. I will call this a full circle moment. I'll give you a backstory when it gets to that point. But Lucy Quist is a household name, and she will be teaching us on leading beyond titles, advocacy, influence, and nation building. And she is the chief change maker at the Bold New Normal. And so I'm sure you cannot wait to hear all these lovely messages from our speakers, as well as our panelists and our moderator for today's session. But all of these will not be possible without our proud partners. I mean, we came knocking on your doors and you opened your arms wide open to support us. And here we are saying thank you. Thank you for making this happen. Allow me to appreciate them. A very big thank you to CalBank. Please, when I mention their names, let me see the reactions on the page. CalBank, Newmont Ghana, MTN, everywhere we go, they are following us. To Ghana Pay, Mobile Money, to Car Powership, to Mahogany Consult, to Ghana Link, to Vivo Energy, to FunMilk,
of course, to Del Cielo, thank you so much. To Promasidor, to Flatter and Sluice, to Brickstone Construction, to Tilly Farms, as well as to Jobberman Happy Program, to Unimac, to Global Media Alliance, Easy Tag Technologies, as well as Kira's Special Foods. To all our wonderful sponsors, we say thank you so much for going on this journey with us. I know some of you have been with us for the past 10 years. Right from the first edition till now, you have held our hands, and we say thank you for believing in this profession. Thank you for believing in this community. Because of you, we are where we are. Thank you so much. All right, so we move on to a recap. A little reflection wouldn't do us some harm, because really, if you want to go far, sometimes you just have to pause and reflect on how far you have come. And that's the exact energy we need to move to the next level. So on this note, I'm sure most of you are itching to find out how you looked 10 years ago. Well, I'm not here to judge you, but let's enjoy this recap of our previous editions. Those who had the purple, lipsticks and the purple eyeshadows and all of that. We are looking for all of those things. And then when we come back, we'll move on to what to expect next on the program. If your friends haven't joined yet, please do well to share the link with them. Make sure they are joining and they do not miss any second of today's edition. My name is Pamela Kosa, and I'm more than excited to be spending your holiday with you this Friday morning. Let's take a look at the recap video.
welcome you all to Women in PR Summit 2019. It's organized with the aim to create a platform for women in the industry to engage aid, network, mentor, share ideas and opportunities with one another.
I'm so much in love with women in PR and what they are doing because it is so unique, and it's new. I'm meeting new people, I'm getting to network, and I believe that this is really just the beginning of bigger things for women in PR in Ghana.
Basically, PR professionals, we serve as a bridge between our institutions and the stakeholders. Is that not it? So it's our responsibility to create a positive image about our organization.
This year's Women in PR Summit, compared to the previous years, I'd say that this year has been a step higher, and it's been very good, very educated, very inspiring.
As communication professionals, when you want to move up, the fear will be there. But have that emotional courage and know that if you learn, as Darren said, you learn and you know how to collaborate, you'll be able to achieve results.
As PR people, you need to read to generate facts. Everything we do is facts, then you analyze them. But if you don't have the facts, you can never analyze. So all your findings,
Let you
all
do
your
something.
outputs will be based on hearsay. And the beginning of that is gaining knowledge.
Your job is not going to stop government, but to find a win-win solution. And how do you do that? Proactively build a relationship with externals. And that you have a positive impact on your business and also positive impact on the society.
The conversations generated out of this summit, I believe a lot of people who came in today have been inspired, know what to do beyond this place to become great leaders in their respective organizations. It is an honor to welcome you all to the 5th edition of Women in PR Ghana Summit, a yearly event organized with the aim to create a platform for women and professionals in the communication space to learn, share ideas and opportunities with one another.
Content marketing, which is what we should all be trying to do, is how can I use all of the various types of media out there to build trust between consumers, the audience, and my brand or my company.
It's about collaboration. That's why I said journalism and PR are two sides of the same coin. You can't go with one side. You're going to buy something with a coin. You can't say I'm using the heads to buy the thing, I'm keeping the tail. No.
So in the midst of crisis, how do we communicate? Do you prepare for crisis or you wait for crisis to come before you prepare? My answer will be that we prepare for crisis. You know the industry in which you are operating. So what are the likely things that can occur in that industry?
MTN is very pleased to be associated with the Women in PR Summit for the second time since its inception 5 years ago. I would like to congratulate Faith and her team for building Women in PR right from the beginning and for putting this amazing summit together.
The way we see our journalists, I think we need to give them a bit more respect because we do the job in the public domain. Everybody will see your mistake, they will also see your greatness.
What's the best way to manage the adrenaline that PR practitioners go through in the events that there's crisis? Because it is this adrenaline that causes us to rush to the journalist without necessarily rethinking our decisions.
I think when you show transparency and availability to the journalist on any issue, sometimes not necessarily they quote you directly, but you give them proper background and constant negotiation or engagement with that.
I think one of the lingering and very worrying things I've heard on radio and seen, and it's really even beyond our borders, is where if an organization does something, where they call it a PR building, or they're doing PR, like where they think that PR is all about stats.
Think about a triangle, and then you have your strengths, you have where you need to improve, and then you have the currency. You're trying to see if there's a connection, and you're trying to figure out, do I need to do more work so I can play with that currency, or do I already have a strength that I can play up in that currency? For me, the currency is executive presence. I cannot go to a meeting and be like, oh my gosh, oh, what? I don't even know what happened. I can't do that.
Oh, please, why are we showing day one? Ah, okay, a slide. Hey.
Oh my goodness, what a nostalgic moment. I mean, talk about topics, talk about trends, talk about personalities. We've been through all of the phases: COVID, pre COVID, post COVID. We are here, still standing as a community, still pushing with this summit. And all we can say is thank you to our wonderful community. Thank you to our partners. And of course, thank you to everyone who has supported us through this 10-year milestone. There were some faces I saw in there, and if I to do the them versus now, Charlie, but all we can say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for, being with us throughout all the seasons. And this is a toast. I know we haven't ended yet, but please allow me to make an early toast to 10 more years, to 10 more extra years. Then we keep moving, we keep pushing the baton. Will be handed over to the next set of comms professionals, forge and pass it on. This is legacy in the making with this community, and we can't be any prouder about this moment. If you are just joining us, this is day 2, the virtual summit of the 10th Women in PR Summit 2026. What better way to enjoy your holiday than to be a part of this summit? Like I mentioned earlier on, we have a lot packed for you for today's summit. Whilst we gear up for the climax, which is happening exactly tomorrow at one of our partners, halls. That's the CalBank headquarters hall. And so make sure you are joining us tomorrow in person for this wonderful climax of this year's celebration. Over the 10 years, we have made some great partnerships, not only within Ghana, but across the continent. And on this note, I'd like us to cross over to our sisters, Nigeria Women in PR, who will be sharing some solidarity messages in the next second. Enjoy this video.
Warm greetings from Nigerian Women in Public Relations. My name is Adohan Jamanze, President, Nigerian Women in Public Relations. It is truly an honor to stand in solidarity, to celebrate with women in PR Ghana, as you celebrate what is a historic milestone, 10 years of your annual summit, 10 years of celebrating and positioning women in public relations and communications as catalysts for strategic influence and change. That's the legacy we're celebrating. From Nigeria to Ghana, our mission has been the same, ensuring that women in PR and communications are seen, valued, and celebrated. Congratulations once again on this historic milestone. We celebrate with you and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you so much for having me and have a great time at the event. Take care of yourselves. Warm greetings from Nigerian women.
A very big thank you to our sisters all the way on the other side in Nigeria, celebrating this milestone with us and sharing their solidarity message for this great celebration. We'll still stay on some more solidarity messages. Friends from the World Communication Forum Association.
Greetings, women of PR Ghana. On behalf of the World Communication Forum Association, congratulations on your 10th anniversary. Super proud of your individual and professional efforts in advancing the discourse of women in public relations. As you consider moving into your next decade, which I know will be extremely successful, we need to begin to use PR as an agent of change. PR has got the capacity to foster and catalyze the development of our continent. It has the potential to elevate the narratives of women for inclusion, elevating their market efforts, showcasing their ability to manufacture, grow, and market the products that they are producing to advance the economic growth of our several countries as well as our continent. Ultimately, as the narrators of the organizations and the countries that we serve, we should be able to create a story for an African child that understands that development is a possibility, growth is our birthright, and the sustainability of the continent is what we must achieve in this generation for the benefit of those that come after us. I know that the women in PR are in good hands in Ghana, and I hope that this movement inspires women across the continent to do exactly the same. Congratulations once again, Medase.
All right, welcome back, like my friends in South Africa will say. And thank you so much to our colleagues from across the continent, to Nigeria Women in PR, and of course to World Communication Forum Association for those warm words and those warm wishes. All right, let me say a very big thank you once again to our sponsors, to Cowbank. Like I say, anytime I mention our proud sponsors, please, I would like to see the reactions online. Let me see you find them through your digital clubs. To Cowbank, to Newmont Ghana, to MTN, to Ghana Pay Mobile Money, to Car Powership, to Mahogany Consult, to Vivo Energy, to Fun Milk, of course, to Ghana Link, as well as to Del Cielo, to our partner Promasidor, to Flatter and Snooze, as well as Brickstone Construction, to Tilly Farms, to Jobberman Happy Program, as well as to Unimark. I mean, you were amazing. Yesterday, the pictures that came in, oh my goodness, very wonderful. And of course, to Global Media Alliance, to EasyTag Technologies, as well as Kira Special Foods, and to our partners, Coms of Africa, Nueva Communication, to Excelsis, where we are currently live from, and to Coms of Africa, YFM, MX24, GH1, Star FM, Joy Prime, to BNFT Daily Guide and Novan Reports, and to everyone who has supported this year's summit in any way, be it in cash or in kind. Charlie, you also deserve a clap, so please let us see the online claps Thank you so much for making things happen for us. Well, our world is changing really fast. So is this program, because we need to stick to our time for today. That's one thing. One of the good traits as a communication person, we really need to be on time. And we know the conversation about artificial intelligence, data, digital platforms, and other emerging technologies continue to redefine how stories are being created, shared, and remembered. Now, the main and big ask is, how do communicators remain authentic while embracing innovation? Is it really going to take over our jobs? Or how are we positioning ourselves as comms professionals to make sure that all of these emerging technologies complement what we already know about the industry? And how are we from this part of the world also catching up with global trends? And this is exactly what the plenary session is going to address. And I'm more than excited to let you in on the topic, which is leveraging emerging tools to craft narratives that matter globally. This is the point where you pull out your notepads and your pens, because it's time for class. And leading us with this class session is none other than our very own Nana Ekia Abrompa, and she will be moderating this session. Nana Ekia is an award-winning comm specialist, event moderator, and former business journalist with over 15 years. She's just 5 years shy of women in PR, right, in terms of experience. And she has diverse experience in journalism, comms, and business. She currently works in the multinational FMCG sector, and she leads communications and brands projects, driving stakeholder engagement, corporate reputation, and impactful storytelling. Her career in business journalism covered banking and finance, agriculture, aviation, trade, and investment, earning her recognition as one of Ghana's top 10 business journalists in 2022. She's very passionate about people and community development. Now, Nana Ekia, I must say, is a strong advocate for sustainability, economic empowerment, and mentorship. She also supports and works with SME brands, helping them build visibility, strengthen their storytelling, and grow their presence. She is an associate member of the Institute of Public Relations Ghana, and she is also a member, a proud one, I must add, of Women in PR, of course. And of course, she is with the Alliance for Women in Media. And I could go on and on and on. Top tier MC, very known for facilitating engaging conversations and memorable events. But one thing you might not know about Nana Ekia, did you know she is a singer in church? The Makers Chapel, one of the lead singers in church. Oh, Charlie, you should see her in church on Sundays. Oh, boy.
I have to thank you, Pamela. I have to stop you now.
For this plenary conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our moderator for our panel discussion. He will introduce to us our panelists for this session. And so, Nana Ekia, if you can hear me, let's do this. We are ready for you.
Pamela, I just came in to stop you. I don't know if you realized at a point I had to come and just speak to stop you. That was quite a long profile. But, well, I can't deny or agree to whatever you said in the last part. But hey, I'm a proud member of the Makers House Chapel International. But good morning, everybody. Well, before I begin, I must say that I was coerced, underlined, to wear a jersey, something to represent Ghana, because I rarely wear jerseys when it comes to our World Cup or African Cup of Nations. Ask me why, Pamela. Anytime I decide to buy a jersey and wear, that day we will go home. It's either we are scored, we are defeated miserably, or we go home. And the last I did was Asamoah Gyan. If you remember that goal, that penalty, his fault. So I have decided and vowed not to wear any Ghana jersey, but because of Women in PR, and please don't blame me for our next match. I'm hoping for the best, but because of Women in PR, I had to put on my jersey to represent Ghana. So that's just by the way, Pam. Good morning to you. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to Every woman, and I see a man in there. Thank you so much. It's quite exciting. It's an honor to be part of Women in PR at 10. I am super excited to be here this morning to moderate the session, leveraging emerging tools to craft narratives that matter globally. Well, that's a lot, but I am very excited to know that we have the right people to break down this conversation to us the best way we can. And so I'm sure that we live in a world now where one tweet can spark a movement. When you go on X, once someone tweets something, something happens. When one AI prompt is also issued, it can generate an entire campaign on all the social media platforms. Yet despite all these tools, audiences are still asking one question: can I trust this story? How reputable is this individual or this organization? Can I trust this data that I have? What at all should I use my data for? And how are companies and individuals managing to lead in their various fields when it comes to communications and maintaining reputation in the spaces we find ourselves? And top of it all, telling our stories. And I must say I have the best people to have this conversation with this morning. Kobihima Osisi Adan, in no particular order, but ladies first. Philip. Kobihima Osisi Adan Bekwin is the Director of Corporate Affairs, GI Case, and she has quite a profile. I don't think I'll do what Pam did this morning, exposing me like that, but I'll just go through a bit of Kobihima's profile. And so she is a distinguished communications, marketing, and public diplomacy professional with over 17 years of experience. Kobihima has led significant enterprise-level projects focusing on negotiations, investor relations, market entry strategies, multicultural relations, brand sustainability, and on here across Ghana, Nigeria, as well as the Netherlands. Since 2007, she has hosted and produced several influential TV shows in Ghana and mentored many young talents in the media industry. And in 2016, she was recognized as one of Ghana's top 5 female television morning show hosts. So I was telling you that it's quite a profile. Through strategic content creation and management, she has also significantly enhanced social media engagement and visibility for numerous high-profile politically exposed persons. Currently, she manages the social media accounts of certain key political figures, fostering stronger connections with their audiences and stakeholders. She's also an exemplary leadership and dedicated person who has earned her numerous accolades. And Kobihima is currently the Director of Corporate Affairs at the Ghana India Kofi Annan Center for Excellence in ICT. It goes on and on and on, but let me end on that and move to Soila Kenya. She is a data lead Africa Women Journalism Project. She's an award-winning data journalist, fact checker, and African futurist from Kenya. Currently serving as data team lead at the Africa Journalism Women's Project, with over 6 years of experience navigating the intersection of data storytelling and technology. Soila has contributed to leading publications including Quartz Africa, the Star Kenya Open Democracy, and The Continent, bringing African narratives to global audiences with rigor and cultural depths. She has recently completed a joint master's degree, journalism, media, globalization through the Erasmus Mundus Scholarship Program across and the Danish School of Media and Journalism and Charles University. And at the 2026 Women in PR Summit, she brings a uniquely Pan-African and data-informed perspective to the conversation on how emerging tools can be harnessed to craft narratives that resonate and matter on the world stage. So you can tell already that we're going to have exciting conversations. And last but not the least, the man in the middle of the conversation, Philip Ashon, has spent nearly 2 decades understanding the impact of communications, digital strategy, and storytelling, and has done this across Media Broadcasting, Guinness Ghana Breweries, Newmont Mining, now Zijin, where he serves as the Communications and External Relations Manager. Along the way, he has built digital presence that have generated hundreds of thousands of impressions across Africa and was recently recognized as Zijin's Mining Group's Excellence Contributor to Brand Building 2025, the only recipient in Ghana across an 18-country portfolio. Ladies and gentlemen, let me feel the virtual applause there for our panelists this morning, or maybe some snaps over there. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. And did you know some things about our panelists just before we go into the conversation? Hello, Philip. Good morning. If you can unmute.
Good morning.
Great. So did you know that Philip confessed that jogging 3 times a week was a lifestyle goal he continually struggled to execute? We want to find out from you this morning. How is the jogging going? How are you balancing work and home or life?
I think I've limited it to walking. I think the jogging wasn't for me.
You can't come and kill yourself.
No. So the walking works best. So
okay,
we have parked the jogging for now. We'll just
so you at least you found a level ground.
Oh yes, I found my level.
Your
and
level.
I think the walking, my level is the walking. I think you're on mute though.
Okay, all right.
There you go.
What technology can do. Hello, Efia. Efia, good morning.
Good morning.
Are you still doing the 1 woman 1,000 activities? I know you are with Kofi Annan Center, but are you still doing the 1 woman 1,000 issues? Efia, if you didn't know, when she was doing her television program, she was the camera woman, she was the presenter, she was the director, she was the editor, she was doing everything alone. Are we still on that? Or you are trying to balance life and work as always?
Yes, I'm trying to balance life and work as always. And sometimes we have no option than to multitask. So yeah, we just have to carry it. So, even if you decide to do communication, instantly you begin to multiply, because one instance you are listening to the news, one instance you are responding to emails, you are picking WhatsApp, you are checking on it. So it goes on like that. Sorry, I've not joined you on video. I think technology is disciplining me surprisingly this morning, but I'm trying to fix it.
Okay. And Soila, Kenya. Well, you would want to know that Soila's name, I've been digging it, and correct me if I'm wrong, it means sunny or sunshine, right, Soila?
The name Soila?
Yes.
Well, it's a name that has many
A lot of
different
meanings.
So yeah, so maybe yeah. What I know is it means like a diamond or like precious stone
Okay.
in Maasai language, which is where it's from. But I'm not even Maasai. My dad just like the name.
I see. Okay, so let's quickly get into the conversations now. Let's begin with you, Soila. And I know that we have a lot of tools now when we go to our various workplaces. We have Microsoft 360. I'm mentioning that because that is what I know. I don't know all the AI tools, but we've been experimenting and we've been doing a lot. Many think, because you work with data, let me begin with the issue of data. Many think that data is just working with numbers. When we mention data, really, from our communications background, can you tell us what more data means beyond the numbers that we know, beyond the tools that we use? How significant is it to us as communicators and as storytellers?
Yeah, I think because I've been working with data from the beginning of my career, about 10 years ago now, I've seen the different perspectives that people come to data with, and you're right. At first glance, it's a very technical field, and I think when anyone works with it, there's a tendency to get lost in the numbers, to want to show more and more of the numbers. And so when I work with both journalists and communications teams, that tends to be where people want to go to. But when it comes to communicating with audiences, obviously that is not, we cannot just give them dashboards and dashboards of statistics and charts. That's too much to consume. And so in this age of information where people are scrolling like really quickly and there's a lot of information that they are being asked to consume, the main thing to remember is that data is a supporting character when you're putting together your messaging. And so even if, let's say, there's a report that came out about a health issue, and the report, of course, was put together by, statisticians. And for them, their key issue is to bring about those numbers. But for communicators, we can't focus just on the numbers. We need to focus on the human side of things, the context, the empathy, because data is not just numbers, it's people. And so where we come in, because you could just tell your audience then to read the report if you're just going to regurgitate numbers. But where we come in is to put in the context, the human perspective, and the empathy around the issue, which is something the data can do. So it might even be that you just pick one statistic, one outstanding statistic based on your messaging needs, and build a story around that, and then use all the other tools you have as a communicator to put across your messaging. So the key thing here is for data to not get lost in the numbers, and also to pay attention to data quality, because at this stage, there's so much that's being produced. If you search for anything, there's a lot of results. Google gives 1.5 billion results. That's a lot. So just don't get lost in that, and don't be deceived by all sorts of websites. Be sure of the data that you're using.
Okay. And I know that when we talk about data usage or using AI tools, one other thing that comes up is the issue of trust. How can I trust what I see? Philip, finding yourself in the mining space isn't naturally seen as social media content, for instance, but I know that it is one thing that as industries like mining, it's relevant to you in engaging with everyday audiences. Have you ever had to simplify highly technical information about data in terms of earning the trust with the people that you work with when it comes to issues of trust, communication, and storytelling, especially in the field of mining, as an example?
No, I think it's something that we battle with on a daily basis, right? And sometimes we forget that miners are actually also people, and there are people who want to understand why something is happening, for which reason they should be concerned, and the sort of impact it's going to have on their professional career or on their personal life. I think that is also where we tend to come in, because there is no AI tool that can understand a human being better than another human being. And even though you have all these tools available to you, you have to understand the unique role that the human connection also brings. And so I, in my space currently, have to go beyond just the numbers, because you can talk about ounces all day. You can talk about safety statistics all day. But if you can't draw the connection, knowing, and that's the most powerful thing about being a human being. There are things that a human being knows and feels that no tool potentially can never feel. No AI tool, I think, fully understands and appreciates what it means to be gifted chocolate on Valentine's Day. I don't think it ever exists, right? And it's only human beings that know what that feels like. And so as practitioners, it is important that you have all of the intelligence available to you. You use the AI tools that are available globally to sort of make sense of all the information. But then the most important layer is the human layer, because that is what people or other human beings will typically connect with. And that's why, for example, you would see so many platforms currently prioritizing human elements. There are stories and conversations, for example, about how people look out for the mistakes in content that's been produced just to understand that it's actually made by a human being. It's interesting, but it's weird how you read something on social media today and you can sort of read in between the lines as to which part was copied and pasted directly from ChatGPT. So whether it is the mining industry or whichever industry it is, I think the human element is the most important. There should be no way, under no circumstance, should you ever substitute that element for anything else, because that's the only way you can create a connection, right? For me, for example, I deal with internal stakeholders, I deal with external stakeholders. There is no AI that better understands what it means to stand in front of the Minister of Environment, Science and Technology, probably someone I've interviewed in my past life when I was working at City FM. You don't understand that context as an AI bot unless I share that information with you. And even then, you have no idea what their children are like. They probably have been a nuisance for like 15 years and have become teenagers. The AI just doesn't have that nuance. And so it's important that we always ensure that there is that layer of that human connection. And I think that's what really makes our job as communicators powerful. When we bring that human element to the conversation, it changes the dynamics in terms of how people accept the message, they go with the message, and they champion the message at the end of the day.
And it's quite interesting. I think I read this week that the QA supervisors for Ford had to call their supervisors back because AI failed them in terms of checking the quality. And that is where your points comes in, Philip. Now, you mentioned ChatGPT, AI tools like ChatGPT, and I go to Efia to find out. Efia, I know it's one of the channels that we use. It's overrated sometimes. When you watch these adverts, it talks about ChatGPT, it talks about Microsoft 360 and helping us draft our speeches as comms people. And also we have the Canva also creating designs for us when we need to put out our artworks and all. But the question here is, where should communicators embrace AI? And where should we draw the line? From where Philip ended, it's being very obvious when you're dealing with AI tools, when you copy and paste it. Where do we draw the line and where should we embrace in this conversation?
Okay, Pia. I will start by saying that our value as communicators itself has never been just writing. Our value has been we understanding people, building trust, and providing contents that help us to communicate the core values that our institution or the products or services we are projecting out there symbolize. So for us to be able to draw a line, bring a human effect when we are using AI, because yes, AI, we can't stop using it. We will have to learn how to bring authenticity and trust in it. I call something the 3 human rule. Anytime we are using AI as communicators, we need to try and find out using this 3 human rule: human judgment, human creativity, human responsibility. When I talk about AI judgment, I'm talking about what we are using the AI to produce, the final content. Does it make strategic sense? And the creativity, does it sound like our institution? Does it really sound human? And the responsibility, when that content goes out there, either is a video, either is an image, or we have just crafted a press release and we are putting out there. Let's ask ourselves, are we going to be able to associate ourselves with it? Are we going to put our name on it? There are some videos that you produce, and after you have produced, you don't want to be associated with it. Then surely you know that the human aspects or the trust aspect in the content you are putting out there is far from what we are believing. So, as communicators, for us to ensure the authenticity or for us not to be abusing it when we are using it, then we have to use it as our assistant. So, instead of us to go to AI to say that, write a press release for us for write a press release as an institution, maybe Kofi Annan, we have to use AI to brainstorm. Maybe you ask it to help me select 10 headlines for my institution. Then you put the case there. Or we have to spend time like we used to do, generate the report, and then we give it to ChatGPT or the AI prompts to say that you should summarize it. Or there are certain trends, or we are doing campaigns. Instead of me to call Nanekia to say that, okay, Nanekia, what is trending today or what is happening, we have AI tools that can let me know the sentiments, the trends. Then when I get the trends, then human effects, we find out what exactly that we can do to ensure that our institution benefits from this trend. But if we make it like, yes, we are human, but we are not going to decide. We will let AI decide everything. If we need to write something, sometimes you stay in the office or you are with a friend and they put in a prompt and the prompt gives them information that makes it so different. AI, we are developing it, and the core people who started it are outside. So we all agree that even when you're looking at for African images, you struggle before getting it. When you are looking for African stories or something currently that has happened, it takes a little bit of time to give you information regarding Ghana or Africa. In view of that, for us to be able to use it and still let our institutions benefit and get the originality of it, I would say that that's human rule, the three things. We shouldn't always let it out. And that is our judgment, our human creativity, and our human responsibility.
Okay, forgive me. I was trying to write the points, and I'm sure our participants are also doing same. If you haven't yet grabbed your pen and your book, I have mine, and I would want to notify you to do same. So also, it's a conversation we are having, and so we have the chat in there, putting your questions, putting your suggestions, putting your comments. Your opinions are also welcome in this. We'll make some time to get some questions from our panelists. But let me come back to you again, Soila. With all the conversations that we are having with regards to AI tools and innovations and all that, obviously, there are sometimes, as comms people or as storytellers, we make some mistakes when it comes to using data and telling stories. Help us identify some of the mistakes or the common mistakes that organizations or individuals or comms persons make when it comes to using data and telling the stories that we need to tell.
Yes, I agree with both the other panelists that AI is limited in what it can do. And this also tackles the issue of, will AI take our jobs? I like how Ifya put it, where she talked about the 3 human rule about judgment, creativity, and responsibility. Those are things that only human beings can do. That's a good way to summarize the things that human beings can do, because AI is better at analyzing patterns or like identifying patterns, summarizing information, automating repetitive tasks. So the key mistake here is using AI to do any and everything. AI can only do so much. And I think when one uses any of the tools of choice, you get to understand the limits. So for example, as Africans, all these generative AI tools like ChatGPT and Claude and the rest were built in the West. So they have very low levels of understanding African perspectives, definitely not to the level of understanding, political nuance in our different countries, humor, and the things that actually connect us to each other. And so once you find yourself experimenting with AI, the first thing is to understand what exactly AI is good at helping you do. I usually suggest to look at AI as an assistant or as an intern, someone who is not quite as experienced as you, but you can give some tasks to, help you do a few things, and then you have the final say. So you can't just produce something with the AI and that's it. It's, as Philip mentioned, it's very obvious these days. People are really able to pick out things that have been created with AI. There was a recent scandal with the Commonwealth Short Story Prize and Granta Magazine that publishes the winners of that prize, where people on the internet read a few of those stories and pointed out, in their opinion, that some of those stories were written by AI. So you can't ignore the fact that everyone else, including your audience, is also using these tools, and there's a way that ChatGPT talks, there's a way that these tools sound that now everyone is becoming familiar with. It's, it's the worst thing to be caught in that situation where, as a communications professional, all these people who have had these scandals where it's been realized that they've written their speeches or they've done this and that sort of communication using AI, and it sort of just gives a really bad look to whoever is found in that position. And of course, you don't want to put yourself or your organization in that position. So my suggestion to most people who ask me about how to include AI is to just understand what it can and cannot do for you and stick to that. It might be tempting to use it for everything, but actually it's really good with data work, for example. So it might be good to use it to understand your audiences, to do social listening, to see that, for example, if let's say you're doing a campaign on HPV vaccination, and for you, as the person who has talked to the stakeholders, the key thing in mind is maybe where you can get vaccination points. So instead of focusing on what people want, you're thinking about more of what the stakeholder has told you. But actually, if you use social listening and then use AI to analyze the data from what people are talking about to do with HPV vaccination, you can maybe find out that what is actually their concern is maybe misinformation. Maybe people are fearing that having that HPV vaccination will cause infertility. So then that changes your campaign messaging around that particular issue. So using AI for those types of specific things is a better approach than handing over your entire, tasks to the AI tool.
I see. And in connection to that, Philip, let me just give you this scenario. So let's say Philip hands over a junior officer a press release. So you're tasking your junior officer to write a press release. You obviously go through it before it goes out. And this junior officer uses AI to draft the press release. It sounds very perfect. You've read it, you've seen it, but we've seen some 3 errors or 3 incorrect facts in it. Who is going to be responsible? Is it the AI? Is it the communication officer who tags the junior officer to do it? Or is it going to be the organization? This has gone. This press release has already been issued. Where do we start from?
And it's a classic situation that a lot of institutions face, mine included, right? It sometimes comes to bear in an announcement, for example, that is distributed site-wide, right? And the mistake is gone. Who exactly are you going to blame? I think I have come to this point where I've actually moved away from the blaming to sort of fixing the structure, right?
Right.
It's very clear that there is a problem with the structure, with the architecture that is supposed to shape your communication. So naturally I like to focus on the big idea. I like to
Mm.
focus on so in my team I have someone who is very particular about the minor details, and whether there's a comma here or there's whichever there. I always make sure that anytime anything is written or any content is produced, it goes through all of those different individuals. I know that my team members have specific strengths. And so, for example, there's someone who is paying particular attention to text and correctness and syntax and whichever. It will go through that individual. I have someone who, for example, if it's a video, they are very focused on making sure that the soundtrack is fine, that the audio levels are fine. They pay attention to those sort of things. And I think it's really around trusting your team, understanding your team, and making sure that there is a structure that your team is supposed to work within. And saying that, I just wanted to also point out, something connected with what Ifya was talking about. For me,
Mm.
I think I approach it this way. It's like three levels, right? So there is the intelligence part, which AI plays an incredible role in, in terms of the gathering of the information. So for example, we use Google Alerts to sort of monitor news about the business. So, every morning we'll have a look at what conversations are happening about the business. It's free, everybody can use it, so no problem. People use Hootsuite, people use all manner of things. But then the most important part of that part of the framework is you need that intelligence to be able to cast your eyes beyond the now. What conversations are emerging about my business? What is digital saying about my company? What sort of publications are coming out about my business? Based on the conversations that are happening now and the stories that I'm seeing, how is that going to impact investors and how they see the business? So that intelligence is really important in terms of planning ahead before potentially something happens. For example, that in 2 weeks you've received a letter from a youth group that want to demonstrate. How are you going to work around based on that intelligence to counter that narrative if and when it happens? That for me is the first step of the process. The second thing, like I said, is the architecture. If you don't have a system that has been tried and tested and proven, it's very, very difficult for you to, and then you get to that point where you start sort of blaming the intern or the communications manager or the business. Make sure that you have an architecture that works. Make sure that there are levels in terms of how many times anything is reviewed, who does the reviewing. Make sure that you have an architecture that works. People in various positions that have the skill set to actually do these things. The last thing is about the speed and the distribution. Because whether you like it or not, people are having conversations about your business.
Yeah.
It is something you can't control. So your best bet is to move quickly to influence that conversation. If I work in an FMCG, for example, someone will at some point have a bad experience with my product. What I need to do is to build confidence before that person has that experience, in such a way that even if they do have that experience, they know that there is a trusted source where they can have a conversation to find a resolution. Right. So for me, it's those three things: the intelligence gathering, using AI to sort of appreciate where the trends are and what conversations are going on, the architecture that you've built based on the team that you have, based on the resources available to you, based on what the vision of the business is, and then the speed and the distribution, because you are speaking to a global audience, whether you like it or not. Every content that you produce is speaking to a global audience. People from all walks of life will have access to it. What sort of language are we using? Are we doing captions? Meta information that is supposed to go behind the visuals that you create. All of these things are supposed to be put into that sort of framework, such a way that once you come to work in the morning, you put on your machine, when there is some information about the business, the flow is supposed to go through. Because when you are asleep, people are talking about your business. When you are in a meeting, people are discussing your business. And so you just need to have that structure in place, that architecture in place, and be ready to move as quickly as possible because that structure is working. So just in case we want to understand this, it's the intelligence, it is the architecture, and then it's the speed and distribution as well. So just those three things I just wanted to add.
And Philip, it's speed over performance, I'm guessing, right?
I don't believe in speed over performance.
In speed over performance.
I don't
speed
believe in
over performance.
I don't believe in speed over performance, to be very honest. Because what then that means is, because you choose speed, you sometimes forget about the processes you're supposed to go through. So for example, there is a crisis in there's a story that hits about your business. In order to want to be ahead of the process, you will once again want to move quickly. But then, as I've come to understand, whenever there's a crisis, there are people who potentially know much better than you who need to weigh in on the response that you provide. And that is where the performance really comes in. And so I think it's a marriage between the two. You have to understand that there is a process that needs to be followed. There is an intelligence that needs to be gathered. And then you move quickly based on what you have been able to gather after all of that work has been done. So I typically don't like moving with too much speed. And this is also coming from my experience working at City FM all those years ago. You can have a breaking news story and it might be juicy, but if you don't get the confirmations right, you end up making more mistakes down the line. It's a sweet story. Someone has shared with you a secret email and whichever, but make sure you get your facts right. Make sure you get your second collaboration on the story before you push it. And so, yes, speed is great, but please just make sure that you've gone through the modalities that you've already set in place to ensure that you have a 100% cocksure story before you proceed to engage your audience.
Interesting conversations in there. And we already have some comments coming in. Agatha Nketia says quality control is part of comms architecture. Well, that was mentioned. And notes Jennifer Ekwama says building the structure and architecture that allows you to recover from avoidable and unavoidable errors from the PR department. And I'm sure that's what Philip was just speaking about, arguing his bit about speed over performance. But Philip, interestingly, some organizations also believe in speed over performance. That is their tag, speed over performance.
And it is fine, but then that is why the comms professional needs to be
also
in
comes
that
in.
room.
Exactly.
That is where your value actually comes to the fore. You have to be in those rooms helping the decision makers or whoever it is to make the responsible decisions. Because if it goes out and there's a problem, guess what? It affects everybody in the business.
To ground zero, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So you have to be in those conversations and in those meetings to put forward, that perspective.
And so, Efia, still on that conversation, how do professionals or communication professionals use these tools to move conversations in the spaces that define? How should we establish AI tools? So do we manage the AI tools that we use across our function as communicators or in our departments? Are we going to select which tools we are going to use to make sure that we are on the right track? How do we go about it as professionals?
So I like how my two colleagues earlier have positioned it. Number one, Solia said as an intern, and you use AI as an intern, so you go over it all the time. And Philip also said that you need the intelligence of AI, so you build an architecture to fix it. Now, as to which AI tool we should use, it depends on the particular task that we are performing. But that will take us to a position where we as comm professionals should not just generalize it as AI tools. We should spend time to train to understand the various AI tools and know which tools to use at what time. I agree that the commonest AI tool that everyone knows is ChatGPT. Yes. But you see, there are other tools that when you are doing analysis or you want to create a video or you want to create an image, although ChatGPT can create an image and make analysis, these tools will do it better. For instance, when you want to go deep into documentation and you use Claude will give you an in-depth analysis of what you're trying to do. We can say that Gemini specifically does very well in all other things, but very efficient in photo generation. But if we just conceal it in our institutions that, oh, when there is a need, we have to use an AI, or we just hear the name and we don't take time to research to see how best we can use it, we will be using square pegs for round holes. And again, you see, because of AI, deepfakes are being manipulated everywhere. But when there is a misinformation about our institution, our strength or our biggest defense is not AI detection software to go and say that, oh, let's check, this is AI. No. Our biggest defense is trust. And I'm happier that Philip also mentioned it. So if our stakeholders trust our institution, anytime there is a deep fake about us or a misinformation about us, what they will do is that they will verify from us. They will not amplify it. And regarding the AI tools, as institutions, we should create an AI communication policy. Now, after we gaining knowledge in what the AI tool can do, knowing the biggest strength of this particular tool, people will be eager to use it. And the best way to govern it, the best way to also guide them in the usage of it is having a policy that can tell them what every employee can do with AI and what you cannot do. Imagine HR department using AI to do recruitment. How is it possible? But it can help the AI. Yeah, AI can help HR to maybe write the job description, but it can't select the AI. The AI cannot select who is good for the job. So imagine it becomes a normal thing that they pick the CVs and they put the CVs in an AI tool and just put the job description and say that looking at these 10 submitted CVs, who is qualified for job? We all know that this may not end well for the institution. Why? Because those writing the CVs also, majority of them have used AI to tally your job description and rewritten their CVs. So for us to be able to use AI effectively in our institutions, we have to make sure that we have an AI policy. And then we have to let our team in training and subsequent and frequent reminders. We need to teach them not to verify information before they amplify it. It's not like anytime they see something, they just want to amplify it. And because of AI, when you get an information and instead of you to sit down to come and write, I've seen a video where they are saying that all regulatory bodies should go down, and therefore women in PR has decided to fold up. Help me with a post that I'm sad. It will help you, and that is quicker. So if you don't verify the information that you've seen a flyer that women in PR is saying that, oh, women in PR from now onwards, the institution, the organization is no more. There is no fellowship for everyone because it has folded up. If you don't verify, you go ahead and you post it. And also, to help us use the right tools, we also have to ensure that when it comes to the usage of it, probably we can even go ahead and subscribe for employees. Why would that help? It will help because when they have a subscription with a particular AI tool, we say there is no free lunch, but everyone also likes free lunch. So once you've gone to the office and they've subscribed for you, it becomes the basic tool that majority of the people would like to use. And also, you see, when you pay for them, it becomes your responsibility to help them use it effectively. So you'll be training them on the AI
On
tools.
exactly the do's and
Yes.
don'ts of it. All right,
Yes.
thank you so much, Efia. And I see some of the questions already coming in. We have about 10 minutes to wrap up. Let me just take this question. One of the other speakers is from Jennifer. One of the other speakers pointed out that AI software wasn't developed in Africa for African markets. With this in context, how can the PR department develop an effective AI policy? And I don't know who on the panel would want to take this question.
Okay, I would like to take it. I think I said it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yes, but gradually, developers in the IT space have been coached and poached to put in African information. That is why now we have a lot of AI tools that can even write P, that can even write Ewe. Just last 2 weeks, I used AI to write a song in in Dagmani, a song in the Ewe, and a song in P, which we are using for a campaign. So it is getting there. So for us who want to use it, we have to prepare ourselves, get our AI policy done. And the policy are set of rules that we want them to use to guide our team while they are using AI. So developers are already advanced, but just that at the start of AI, a lot of the information that was was from the foreign side, and now developers have done their best. They've put a lot of information there, so we also have to be abreast with it, just like we have social media policies. Let's do AI policy.
All right. Okay. So let me come to you, Soila. We'll be wrapping up very shortly, but I think this question is going to be a general question for all of you. The communicator of 2030. So we are looking from now till 2030. So the communicator of 2030 will need more of what when it comes to data-driven conversations and AI. What more will the communicator of 2030 need?
Did I start? Oh, okay. You said
She's trying to
sorry.
unmute.
Okay.
Yeah, so I really thought about this question because as you mentioned or has been mentioned, AI keeps changing. All these tools keep changing. They keep improving. And we also have the other aspect where some of the other tools we use have AI incorporated within them. So for example, for those of us who use Canva, Canva has Canva AI inside the tool. So we have all these different aspects in which everything is beginning to incorporate an AI component into these different tools that we use as professionals. So in my opinion, rather than chasing after each and every new innovation, for example, we now, it began with ChatGPT, but then we got Claude, we got Gemini, we got Perplexity, then the Chinese one, DeepSeek, and as has been mentioned, they have their own strengths and weaknesses. We do learn about this as we go, but anyone can learn about that. So what makes you unique as a communicator in 2030? I think it's best to develop skills that technology cannot easily replace. So I just have a list here. The first thing is critical thinking. it seems obvious, but more and more people are handing over their judgment skills to AI. So instead of having a situation and sitting and, collaborating with colleagues and stakeholders to come to a decision, we are now quick to go and ask AI, these questions. AI cannot, for example, do a good job in an ethical situation where we're dealing with ethics. That is a purely human, sphere. So I think that's the first and most important thing. If nothing else, we have to maintain our ability to remain critical thinkers. In line with that, we also need to be able to ask good questions. So even when using these AI tools, we have to be able to question them, because the AI tools are very sycophantic. They're very, they make you feel like, oh, that's a great idea, that's a brilliant strategy, that's a brilliant. They are so positive about everything that you would ask the tool. And so that can distort your perception on the activities you're taking part in, the strategy you're planning, the tweet you're writing, or whatever. And therefore, you need to find a way to start either asking the AI better questions or asking yourself, is it necessary to even use AI in this instant? Perhaps it's just better to, create this on my own, or in the situation of creating a song. I find that so interesting that and positive that there's AI tools, local AI tools that are able to produce work in local languages. But maybe it would just be better to contract a singer or a musician or a band to put together the song for you, because sometimes you never know how that translation goes on with the
Right.
AI. So having
Okay.
that critical thinking is top of
So critical thinking, and then asking good questions that you're supposed to ask. Thank you so much. Now let me come to you, Philip. We'll be wrapping up. Philip, I'm giving you 2 minutes for your thoughts on this. We're talking about having AI being not developed for Africans, but I know that you would have an advice for an African brand or institution who is seeking to influence global conversations today. If you had that opportunity, what advice would you give in combining technology, in combining creativity and speed, as you mentioned?
10 years ago, we used to complain about the fact that CNN will be doing a story or a documentary on Africa, and the story will probably start with some child sitting by, some broken home, and it's literally the same. It's a carbon copy of what we're seeing right now.
Right.
Literally the same thing. AI tools and everything else don't have the context that you have as a communicator. They don't know the people in the corner shop. They don't. And so we have a unique opportunity to sell an African story, to sell an African narrative, to sell stories that are genuinely ours. And nobody understands that context better than us. And so I think, and back to your earlier question about what we need to do in the next 10 years, I think we need to spend time appreciating our local context even more, because that is what differentiates us and our story from that of anybody else. I think we need to, as communicators, spend a lot of time appreciating what that local context is, and then bringing that unique perspective to the stories that we tell. I mentioned earlier distribution and speed. Once again, as the people who we are trying to communicate with externally and globally have a certain understanding of what we have to do, right, and what we represent. And so if we're going to produce content for them, we have to understand what they are also looking out for: high quality videos, high quality everything else. And we have to make sure that we have a team, or we have content that fits into those demands that they are also looking at. So those responses to that.
Telling the African story the African way. And finally, Efia, to that young communicator watching you, what advice would you leave with that person in a minute?
Okay, I would say that now because of AI, we have entered a new era where success is not about success as a communicator. Is not about how much information you will share, but it's rather about the how much understanding you create. So whilst we generate information with AI, we should know that as communicators, we are there to create understanding. So we should work on how we can improve our skills to create more understanding in the message that we are putting across.
And so that is it. You've heard it. Let's find a way to improve ourselves and the message that we're putting across. A lot of pointers in there. This conversation, I wish would continue for the next hour, because I know that there is more that we have learned, talking about judgment, talking about creativity, being responsible, and using critical thinking, not just depending on what the AI tools are giving to us, and asking good questions, applying speed, using creativity, architecture, and intelligence. And one key thing I'll be taking home is that AI cannot do anything and everything. It has specifics. But we as humans, we as the leaders, we as the communicators, with clarity and confidence and the necessary tools, we can make a measurable impact. Thank you so much to our panel this morning. Kobihema Efia Osisi Bekwin is the Director of Corporate Affairs, GICase. Soila Kenya is Data Lead, Africa Women Journalism Project, and Philip Ashon is Communications and External Relations Manager, Zijin Golden Bridge Limited. It's such a pleasure to speak with you, ladies and gentlemen. And on a lighter note, Philip, I wanted to ask you about your thoughts about that IG short video reels that they've used AI tools to develop. I hear them mention Kwame and Kweku. They have the local dialect as well, and it switches to Nigeria. And no, I don't know your thoughts about that. That's just on a lighter note.
And that's really what it is. When
yes,
when it makes you feel weird, that is a connection point lost. You know it doesn't feel real, and you lose the people when you go that route. And so because you feel weird about it, it's enough evidence to let you know that it's something that you potentially cannot and eventually connect with.
Exactly. And so that is how we end the conversation. Thank you, Soila. Pleasure. Thank you, Efia. And thank you, Philip. My name is Tanikia Mensah-Brapa. You can still keep your questions coming in. And I'm sure that our panelists behind the scenes, if you have any questions on AI tools or any questions bordering on this conversation, leveraging the emergent tools to craft narratives that matter globally, they are here to listen to you. On that note, we wrap up on this conversation, and Pam is on the other side to keep the conversation going. It's Women in PR at 10, and there is more for you. And at the end, we are still rooting for the Black Stars. Go Black Stars, 2-1 for the Black Stars. Thank you so much.
Tell you why this conversation is timely and apt, because just about 2 months ago, government launched a national AI strategy. And so that should tell you where we are going with this AI, because not just talk, but we are backing it with a policy. And so, you know what? It's just about time as PR or comms professionals, we really get into this conversation of emerging technologies. Because guess what? I personally am from the school of thought that believes that AI is certainly not taking our jobs as comms professionals. But I'll tell you who is going to take your job as a professional. The person going to take your job is somebody who is well versed in these emerging technologies. This is somebody who will take your job, not AI. So how about we coming together, rallying behind each other, and making sure that we are really invested in these emerging tools? Because believe it or not, AI comes with both promise and peril. So we need to really look into all of these conversations, and that is why organizers of this summit have decided to put together this wonderful panel discussion to help us as comms professionals advance this conversation of AI and other emerging, tools. And I think it's really, really great to have this conversation. But don't let the conversation die out. Don't let it die out. Let's keep the conversation going. Make sure you are commenting. Make sure you are sharing your views. Make sure you are letting us know what you make of this whole conversation. And still reminding you that it's still day 2, the virtual session of the Women in PR Ghana Summit 2026. The energy is on, and we're still ready to play against Colombia. It's going to be an interesting time today. And a very big thank you to our sponsors for making this happen, to all our proud sponsors, to CalBank, to Newmont Ghana, to MTN Ghana, to Ghana Pay Mobile Money, to Car Powership, to Mahogany Consult, to Ghana Link, to Vivo Energy, to FunMail, to Del Cielo, to Premacido, to Flatten Snooze, as well as to Brickstone Construction, to Tilly Farms, to Jobberman Happy Program, to Unimac Global Media Alliance, EasyTag Technologies, and to Kira Special Foods, and to our partners, Comms of Africa, Nueva Communications, to Excels is where we are currently hosting this program, to YFM MX24, to GH1, to Star F Joy Prime, and of course BNFT Daily Guide and Northern Report. As usual, let us see your claps in appreciation for their support. Thank you so much for doing this with us. We are moving on to the other part of our conversation, away from the plenary conversation. Let us move into our keynote addresses. And I can promise you, by women with their salt, tested and proven. These are women I could listen to all day long. They know what they are talking about, and they are here to inspire us as we celebrate our decade milestone as a wonderful PR community. Our first keynote address will be delivered by none other than our very own Rosie Finn, Country Director, MasterCard Foundation, Nigeria. And I'm going to tell you something you might not know about her. Now, Rosie, like I mentioned, is a country director from the MasterCard Foundation, where she's overseeing the delivery of the foundation's Young Africa Work strategy to enable upward of 10 million young and in 2024, as a recognition for the role she's playing in enabling work opportunities for young Africans, Rosie was named a top 50 women in impact honorary. Over a decade working in various leadership roles across numerous telco companies in Africa, including AT, well, then known as Airtel, and Tigo, Millicom International. Now, Rosie is passionate about unlocking the potential of African youth and women, and of course, devotes her time to mentoring young people. And I know most of her mentors are right here on this program. She is an advocate for women in STEM, and I can tell you, it dates back to years. I've been following her. I've hosted events where she's been talking, advocating, giving masterclasses about women in STEM. And here we are today. Feels like a full circle moment. And of course, she's been recognized as one of the 30 most eminent STEM CEOs by the STEM Women Project in 2020. She is a member of Religious Archbishop Tutu Fellowship, a highly selective program focused on identifying, nurturing, and equipping Africa's elite future leaders with the tools to address the continent's challenges. She is also a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative West Africa under the Aspen Leadership Institute. And I could go on and on and on about our first keynote speaker for today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready, just as I have been ready ever since we said go with the planning of this year's summit, let us welcome our first keynote speaker, Rosie Finn, who will be speaking or telling us what nobody tells us about influence. Let's get into it right now. Rosie, we are ready for you. What are you telling us about influence today?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? The line wasn't the clearest, so I'm making sure that you can hear me fine. Can you hear me okay? Just a thumbs up. Okay, I see a few thumbs up. That's awesome. Okay, great. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to join this summit today. I actually don't know why I'm not a part of the Women in PR. That needs to change. That needs to change after today, because it is clear you guys are doing some amazing work. And let me start by congratulating you. 10 years of celebrating women in PR. That's no easy feat. So kudos to all of you for the important work that you do. I also need to say a very big hello to my friend Philip Ashong, who I haven't seen in like 5 or 10 years, something like that. I've known Philip since I used to do a little bit of Sister on City FM, and those were the days back then. So great to see you, Philip, and to see that you're doing very well. And Nanekwa, please, I beg you, I bind your jersey in Jesus' name. This game tomorrow, we must win. So your bad luck jersey, I actually was wearing a suit and a jacket, and I went to take it off and I put on my jersey because I had to combat your issues and ensure that tomorrow what happened to Senegal, DR Congo will not happen to Ghana, and we will persevere. It's very, very important to me. I'm a big Black Stars fan, and the heartbreak is too much. We cannot afford one tomorrow. But yes, thank you so much for having me. Look, when I was given the topic to speak about today, what nobody tells you about influence, it forced me to take a moment to reflect on my career journey, right? I moved back to Ghana in 2009. And I think the viewpoints that I want to go into a little bit today have just been shaped by all of these experiences that I've had over the last couple of years. And I'll talk a little bit about my journey, and that will shape some of the information that I will touch on subsequently. So back in 2009, after living a decade in the US, I started my career in the telecoms industry with Tigo in Ghana. I did a number of different roles and eventually became the marketing director. So there, the conversation around influence was seen through the eyes of someone who was quite junior, up until the point where I became quite senior as the marketing director a few years later. So that's how influence was shaped at that role. I then took a bold step and decided to move into the startup world. I joined a company called Surfline as the marketing director, which some of you may be familiar with. And that was a very eye-opening experience. In this case, influence was colored by the fact that I was working with an entity that was unknown, it was unproven. Surfline had done no work in Ghana yet, right? I then moved to Airtel, and I took on a number of roles, starting with customer service and then moving on to become the marketing director. And here was balancing work and influence in an organization that had a very specific type of culture. Following Airtel, I had my first stint as a CEO. This was at Busy Internet, which at that time was under deep financial stress. So the role was exciting to me because I was looking for a turnaround experience. And here my power of influence was stretched and tested, as was my credibility, as I navigated issues of not even being able to pay salaries certain months and having to deal with fines from regulatory bodies, etc. Right? So I had to hone a very different kind of influence. And today at the MasterCard Foundation, I've been here since 2021. It's been 5 years. This is a company that has a multi-billion-dollar fund, and I'm responsible for one of the largest markets that we operate in, so in Nigeria. And here, my ability to influence also has taken a different trajectory just by virtue of the role that I now hold. So this journey, which has spanned over 17 years, mostly on the African continent, it's taught me quite a bit about influence, and that's what I'd like to spend a bit of time sharing. And many of us spend years trying to become what we think influential is, right? We work hard, we gain more qualifications, we build expertise, we deliver results. And at some point, something interesting happens. We realize that influence is never about having the loudest voice in the room. It's really not about doing more things to tick a box. People may think that influence happens during that work presentation when you stand in front of everybody and deliver, or when you are negotiating a big agreement for your company, or when you are advanced in your career, right? And at a point where you're actually sitting at the executive table making decisions. All of these are great, but they give you some level of influence. But what I realize is that real influence is about becoming that person whose voice people trust. Trust is the currency, and you build trust in many different ways long before you need it. It starts with how consistently you deliver, how you treat people when there is nothing to gain, whether people know if you can be relied upon or not, whether your judgments remain steady when circumstances become difficult. And I can assure you, at many points in your career, in your life, circumstances will become difficult, right? Your reputation is quietly being built every day with every action you take, every decision you make. And these thoughts that I want to share today around influence can be summarized around 5 key lessons, which are driven by these points that I've just made. So what are these 5 lessons? Lesson number 1. Credibility, I believe, is your greatest currency. It determines whether people continue listening once you start to share your thoughts. And throughout my career, I've learned that credibility comes from 3 key things, which I like to refer to as the 3 C's. The first is competence, second is consistency, and the third is character. So people need to know, can this person deliver, right? Can I trust their judgment? Will they do what they say they will do? That's, that competence. Competence is probably the one that's the most visible. It tends to be the one that opens doors for you because people know that you can do things. But it is your character that keeps those doors open. I remember a few years ago, I was invited by a university in the United States. It's called Duquesne University. They're out of Pittsburgh. And they wanted me to speak to their first-year students about Africa, right? And there was a well-known African economist who had been facilitating this class for years, but unfortunately, he wasn't available that year. So I think the teacher their professor had done some research, come across my profile, and had reached out to me if I could, take this class. Now, I am not a professor. In fact, I don't even have the patience to be a professor. I know myself very well. I'm not an expert on Africa, but I have worked here long enough that I can build that. So it was a very scary experience. I did my research, I built my knowledge in the space so that competence piece would not become an issue, right? And I was able to deliver the class. But what really turned the needle was the character piece. So I delivered this class from a point of joy, of lightness, openness, transparency, authenticity. If the students asked me a question and I didn't have an answer, I'd let them know and we'd figure out how to get the answers together. And they enjoyed it so much. There was this piece around character that actually resonated more so than the competence. Competence you can build, you can learn, you can get that knowledge. But character comes across in a very nuanced way. And to this day, for the last 3 years, I've actually been invited back to teach this class. And it's not because of the things I know about Africa. It's really because of how it's delivered and the character behind it. So that's lesson 1. Lesson 2. Building and nurturing relationships is absolutely critical, right? So we all know that relationships are built over time. They're built through respect, listening, showing up consistently. And for me, some of the strongest opportunities in my career have come from relationships that have been built over years. And I know a lot of us talk about networks and networking, but I will dare say that networking is good, it's important, but being able to nurture relationships in a strong way is probably what's going to make the difference for a lot of people when it comes to influence. And some of you may know the second keynote speaker, Lucy Quist. You'll hear from her shortly, and I can't wait for that. She and I worked at both Tigo and later at Airtel, right? And whilst Lucy was the CEO of Airtel, I was at Surfline then. And she called me one day to discuss an opportunity to join Airtel as the customer experience director. And it wasn't because she saw in me somebody who would be the best customer experience director she had ever seen. The truth was I had actually never even done customer experience at that level, right? But we built a relationship over time where she knew I was somebody who would come in, learn fast, give it my all, that I had the right work ethic. I had built credibility with her, and I had nurtured a relationship over time such that when the opportunity came, I was top of mind for her to think about, contacting me and seeing if this was something that I was interested in. So these relationships that we nurture in a natural way, right? It can be forced. It's always interesting when people come to me and say, I want you to mentor me and I'm like, these mentorship relationships are built or need to be built from a place of synergy over time. You can't force it, but you have to make an intentional effort. And that's how you build influence with those who know you and know your worth. So that's lesson 2. Lesson 3, timing matters as much as talent, right? So one of the things that I've come to realize is that, being right is not always enough. Sometimes your ideas may be excellent, but the organization you work for, they're just not ready. And no matter what you do to try and influence, it's simply not going to happen, right? So you have a perfect proposal, but you might need to have one more conversation, one more engagement with certain stakeholders, or get one more piece of evidence before it would actually resonate. So influence requires judgment. It's about knowing when to push, when to wait, when to listen, and also when to bring others along with you. It is that judgment over time that will build influence. So I moved to Nigeria in 2023. And I mean, I'd heard about the electricity crisis here that existed, but man, Nigeria's doom so makes Ghana look like we're playing games. It is proper, right? Like, I'm here with my kids and we can be sitting down and in an hour, the lights will go off like 7 times. It will go off, generator comes on, off, on. It's what we deal with here. We're used to it and we love it. It's on another level. The work we do at the Mastercard Foundation, it's really to enable young people have the tools, the skills, not only to survive and to thrive. And in my head, it was clear that these power issues, it's one of the key things that are preventing young people who are running businesses from being able to do that to their full potential. So immediately, I wanted to work on a program that would support MSMEs with access to power. I spoke to all of the people that I thought was relevant because the idea makes sense, right? Like if you have a power crisis, let's fix it. If solar will work, let's use it. Spoke to various government institutions, meeting after meeting, nothing was moving. So what did I have to do? At some point, I decided to take a step back, do some more research, understand the true pain points that these young people, these MSMEs were facing, but also get a better understanding of the stakeholders, who was truly able to shift the needle. How would our idea fit into their priorities? And so making sure we're speaking to the right people, getting the right stakeholders aligned. And it took us a bit of time. But 3 years later, we are now at a point where we're going to be able to launch this program, which I think will actually transform some of the power issues in Nigeria. And it all came together because we figured out that we needed to pause and find the right timing. So to influence, sometimes even if you have the best ideas, you need to make sure that those who are receiving are also ready, right? So you need to stop, pause, reflect, and adjust. So that's lesson number 3. 2 more lessons. Lesson number 4. I believe fully that influence is created through service and passion. I believe that the leaders who have influenced me personally the most are those who are not actually focused on being influential. Their goal was not to influence. They were focused on creating value, helping others succeed, solving difficult problems, creating opportunities for others, right? So for a lot of great leaders, influence becomes the outcome. It's not the objective. They don't wake up and say, I want to be an influential person. They just want to do good and do the right thing. And due to those steps, influence becomes the thing that resonates with a lot of people. People call them influential, not because they think they are, but because they're doing the things that others see, right? I think one of the most influential people that I have come across is a lady called Rita Roy. She recently resigned from the Mastercard Foundation as the president and CEO. And she's the kind of person who, when she speaks, presidents, other CEOs, they all stop and listen. But it's not because she's only competent and knowledgeable in her subject matter, but it's because she also grounds her experiences in understanding the realities of the young people that she supports through the foundation. Her experiences with them and the work also leads to a point of passion, which is very hard to fake, right? That authenticity that she's built over time is what has made her become recognized as one of the most influential women out there, right? So really, if you want to be influential, it needs to be through a space of service and passion. Last lesson, lesson 5. For me, it's to say that your seat at the table is not the destination. Now, there are many women in this room who have reached, pinnacles in their career. And we often celebrate getting a seat at the table. And we should. It's not an easy feat, right? A lot of people have tried and the glass ceiling is real. So when you get that promotion and are now in a senior management team at your company, when you get that board position that you've been looking for, these are not small feats and they deserve to be celebrated. But the bigger question I would ask is, what do you do once you get there? Once you get that seat, what are the steps you take? Do you create opportunities for others? Do you bring different perspectives? Do you ask better questions? Do you make decisions that improve people's lives? Influence is not just about occupying space. It's also about using that space well. And so when you get a seat at the table, that seat must be used with intent, with a desire to make a real difference. It can't be that you're there and you just tick the box and you're just happy to be there. No, it's about how many people whose lives you can actually impact. So it's not really a question of, do people know your name now? How many rooms are you invited to? It is also measured by the lives you've touched. And, the things you were able to achieve because you spoke up and because you continue to speak up, right? And I think if I look at the women in this room, you have a truly unique opportunity to actually do this as women who are leading in public relationships. You have such a big voice and you have a real opportunity to build and grow influence that matters. So to conclude, and I hope we will have some time for more conversation and questions at the end of this, I wanted to keep this short because I think the exchange of ideas and hearing from others would be critical. But I would like to leave one thought in closing, which is, don't spend your career chasing influence. Spend it building credibility, investing in relationships, exercising good judgment, remaining curious, leading with integrity, creating value consistently. Because if these things are done well enough, influence will find you. You'll never have to go chasing for it. Thank you. Back to you, Madam MC.
My goodness, I wish this could go on. And that part of the movie where you're saying, oh, has the movie ended already? I mean, we're expecting more from the movie because it's that good. It's that good. Thank you so much, Rosie, for giving us your 5 bullet points. Credibility is your greatest currency. I mean, you need to be known as somebody who is credible. That is good enough to speak for you in a room full of influential people. And I think it's really good. And of course, building relationships. Like we say here at Women in PR, you need to work the network. You need to work them. So build the relationships. When you exchange cards at tomorrow's summit, make sure you're sending the emails after that. Make sure you're texting them, but not bagging them. I must say that, don't bag people, but you need to work the network. And of course, you need to create value. Very important. And when you find yourself finally at the seat or at the table, make sure that is not the destination. Make sure you are bringing in that influence. Make sure you are bringing in that change. Make sure you're bringing something different to the table. What are you bringing to the table? Make sure something great and credible. And so thank you so much, Rosie, for those, PowerPoint, I must say. We'll take questions. We'll be reading your comments as well. Let me jump onto some of your comments. This one is from GH Mensa says, oh, I am supporting the team with my full chest. Of course, so at this point, you don't have a choice, my sister. You have to. Thank you so much. And of course, Jacqueline Johnson Quaid says, competence with character. C for C, very important. Jennifer Ekwamwa says, note, you need to build your relationship and network authentically. And JQ comes back to say, timing plus talent. Stop, pause, reflect, and adjust. Aja Ejewa says, awesome. Well, awesome to you for joining us too. Jennifer comes back to say, what a succinct and powerful session. Thank you so much. And JQ comes back to say, such a timely and valuable message. Thank you so much, Rosie, for all the nuggets. And we need your questions as well. I mean, what do you need to know about influence? What other things you need to know about influence? Let it all out, please. Let it all out. Let us hear the questions. Janet also comes in with her comment and says, what a powerful speech. Thanks so much, Rosie. Agatha, hi to Agatha, also says, thank you so much, Rosie, and ends with a love emoji. And so we need your questions as well. And I think at this point, thanks to Excelsis, we can actually allow you to unmute and ask your question. Thank you so much to Excelsis. So just in case you do not want to type your question, I think we can allow you to unmute. Then we'll allow you into the conversation to ask your question in your own words, in your own voice. And so if you have a question, please raise your hand. Let's do this nicely and beautifully and orderly. So kindly raise your hand if you happen to have any question or you want to talk to us, directly. Kindly click the raise hand button. We would see you and we would allow you into the conversation. Let's make it interesting and more interactive with technology. I mean, that is what we're talking about, emerging technologies. So let's not be laggards. Let's embrace it. Let's use it well. And so please, if you have any questions, kindly hit the raise hand. So we have a hand in there. And so who has her hand up? Jacqueline, yes, JQ, can you unmute and shoot with your question?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rosie. The question is, when you struggle, how do you navigate when you're trying to gain influence in an organization and there seems to be a lot of other people's influences overshadowing your ability to gain influence? I'm not sure. So you're working in an organization, you're in as a comms person, you have all the experience, and you're trying to maybe move the needle around a particular issue or a particular subject, but there are other voices of influence which seems to be more placed higher than you, is more valued than you, and so you end up feeling like your influence is shrinked, or you have to shrink yourself. How do you navigate such a situation?
I'll jump right in it because that's it's an interesting point, right? And something that I have experienced in many, different work environments that I've been in. But I think this is where the two things. One is that piece around credibility. So their voice may be louder, but how well have you done in ensuring that the content of what you're trying to push, what you're trying to influence is top notch, right? So that's the first thing. But the second thing is influence can happen in, big, broad presentations, etc. But it is also important that you do those one-on-one engagements. A lot of the time, before I go and try to get something major approved, I would have had conversations with maybe 50 or 60% of those who I would need to influence ahead of time. They know why we're doing this, they understand, etc. They've already bought into it before I go into that major room with everybody else. So even though there may be other voices who might not necessarily be aligned, I've actually done a lot of the influence in the background, which is very important. Influence doesn't necessarily need to only happen in the public space. There's a lot of that work that happens in the background. And then the third thing I will say about this is if their voice is overshadowing and it's from a different perspective, don't try and actually be louder than them. Try and understand where they're coming from. Have a conversation with them and see if there's some common point of alignment that you can reach with them. And you might actually realize that there's something in what they're saying that could be valuable to what you're trying to push as well, right? So some of those louder voices who are doing the most sometimes, we don't necessarily need to shy away from them. They may be those that we need to influence first to enable us to get whatever we're trying to achieve. So those are some of the points that I would say and hope it can help in ensuring that even with some big loud voices in the room, you can still get your ideas across and you can ensure that you are as influential as possible.
For answering that, we would take some more questions. You can either slide it through the chat box, or you can raise your hand. Let's see you raise your hand, and then we'll let you in with your question. I have just about a few more minutes to wrap up with our first keynote speaker, and it was a great time listening to you, Rosie, sharing with us, across the various fields you have worked in, and letting us know how influence has played a pivotal role in where you are today. And ladies, let's hear your questions. Jackie is coming back to say thank you so much for the response. Points well noted and will be applied effectively. So Jennifer also comes with a question and says, in this day and age where likes and follows determine who are the influencers, do you have any words of encouragement? I'm laughing already. Do you have any words of encouragement for those of us who are building our professional reputations brick by brick? And so when it comes to, social media, she's talking about people building their followership organically, not buying bots, not buying followers, but doing it organically. What a form of encouragement will you give to people like that, please, Rosie?
And this is where my honesty and authenticity will come across. I actually even stopped updating my LinkedIn and my Instagram about 2 years ago because I was tired. The brick by brick is very hard. It is very hard. And I also recognize that it's not what defines who I am in the work that I do, right? I think a lot of my influence, I prefer, and I see a lot of people who, gosh, they actually spend a lot of time and energy on various social media platforms, really garnering for those likes and those followerships. I have 3 children that I am dealing with on a daily basis. I have a portfolio where I need to enable 10 million youth in work. So I made a choice that the amount of energy and time that is required to build that social media presence, I don't have it. There are other things that are more important to me. I prefer to actually be able to go out for a run. The run that Philippa Shong has stopped, I've kind of tried to pick it up. And the things in my life that are more important than that, right? But that's a personal choice. And it's been very, satisfying for me. So I don't have a ton of followers. They've all been organic. I don't check. I don't know how many people. Once in a while, when something really resonates, I might make a post. But if I think about, let's say, like Instagram, it's been 1.5 years probably since I've posted something. And I used to be very consistent. So you have to do and I'm much happier. I'm much happier now than when I was always, it's been 4 days. I haven't posted. I need to find something to post, It just was a level of stress that I didn't think was worth it. Because of that, does that mean I am not as well known or as influential? Possibly, but do I have a better sense of well-being and happiness? Yes. And that's way more important to me than what I am losing on the other end. So that's something to make a choice and a personal decision on. But if you choose to do the influence in a way that is more brick by brick, which I actually also condone. I prefer that than those who will go and buy bots, etc. Right? If you choose to do that, then it's a bit of time, energy spent making sure that your message is consistent. I have some very good friends who built a huge following over time and almost have to do it like a full-time job, right? But it's something they're passionate about. And I think if you don't have that liking for it and you're not passionate about it, it's going to be very difficult. I didn't, so it wasn't going to make sense for me. But if you do, then you also need to actually understand the art behind it, because people do not get 20 million followers, even brick by brick, just by doing the same thing over and over. There's actually an art to it. There's actually some quantitative approach that they take. There's some skill behind it, and actually getting better at that and learning and understanding, I think, will be absolutely important to ensure that you can reach far as possible, even though you're doing it in an organic manner. I hope that is helpful. But choose happiness. I'm a big proponent of that.
All right, thanks, Rosie. And Jennifer, I hope that early. Rosie said she stopped updating her socials 2 years ago, and I can bet you that 2 years ago, Rosalind was very influential. Do you get it? So, I mean, if you are now building brick by brick, I don't think it's advisable to stop posting. You keep updating. You need to keep at it because she stopped when she was really influential and she says she's happier now. That is working for her, but not you that you are now starting. I'm sorry, but that may not work for you. And so, I mean, to each their own, right? There you're there, like they say. All right, so let's move on to some questions. Agatha says, in today's digital age, communication professionals have great power to influence public perception. What responsibility comes with influence, and how can professionals ensure they use it credibly and ethically?
I think that's a great question, because the truth is, the more influential you become, people hold you to a greater standard, right? There are some people who, when I follow and they say something on social media, I assume it is true, it is factual, it is well researched, it is accurate because of who they are. So one of my friends, Bright Simmons, he posts a lot of information. I know Bright to be one of the sharpest minds that I've ever met. Every time he posts something, I don't feel the need to go fact check because I know he holds himself to a very high standard. So I think what responsibility comes with that influence, the first one is the fact that it needs to be 100% factual. You are not spewing information that you can't stand behind. You are not spewing information that some AI has given you that you haven't actually checked, right? Because we know that there's a lot of mistakes that can come in that way. I remember when I used AI to generate a document at some point, I was trying to figure out some stock to buy. And I said, please give me stocks that have actually entered the NASDAQ 100. And I knew one stock specifically that had, and he hadn't mentioned, the AI didn't mention it. So I went back and I said, oh, why? And the AI told me, oh, you're right. Oh, it would have been, I should have mentioned it, but, and then he gave me some excuse. And, like you can't have those kinds of things happen. You need to really be very clear that the information you're putting out there can stand the test of time from a factual perspective. That's the first thing. I think with that influence also comes the opportunity to be your authentic self, to say things that you truly believe in, even though they may sometimes not be what is popular or deemed, what people will recognize as the mainstream, right? I have a lot of friends in PR, and with all of the stuff that's going on in South Africa currently, the xenophobia that's happening, who are posting and being very open and very factual. And for me, there's a lot of fear around that kind of information getting out all the time and how the stance you take. But I think the ability to be brave as an influencer and say things because you truly believe in them and you're passionate about them and they are factually correct, I think is what will make you actually even gain followership and people believe in what you say and who you are, right? So I think those would be some of the things that, you wield a lot of power with that influence. And it needs to stand on factual information and it needs to be from a point of authenticity. Don't just follow trends because everybody's talking about this one topic and they're towing this path. You're going to do the same. I think what will set you apart is because you're able to sometimes share a different viewpoint, but it's from a place of passion and a place of understanding and authenticity. I think people really value that in the long run.
All right, I hope that answers your question, Agatha. So, Rosie, I also have a question. Sometimes they do not tell us about influence. It's the emotional drain. Oh my goodness. How do we handle that?
It is such a big thing because, like I was saying, on a regular basis, I'll receive a message from somebody who says, can you be my mentor? Can you support me in this way? Can you help review this thing that I'm doing? And you also have to recognize the limits of your ability, right? Like I said before, there are a few things I prioritize in my life. So I've got my kids, I've got a job that I'm very passionate about, and I've got my well-being. At any point in time, those three things need to be firing at pretty high levels, right? For that emotional strain, that stress, there will be those days that I will lean into it because, I feel like I can change somebody's perspective. I can change somebody's life. I can contribute to some growth in their lives. And this is why I do a lot of mentorship. I do a lot of support, like you read earlier, supporting young women in STEM, etc. But at the point where I stretch myself to do that, I will then find ways to decompress. And you always have to see what your balances are, right? Otherwise, it becomes very overwhelming over time. For me, it would be, going to the gym, I ride motorbikes, going out for a spin. I haven't done that in a while because these Lagos streets are very dangerous. I only do that when I'm in Ghana. But those are the kinds of things that I used to find balance. I think balance is so important as you grow in your career, as you become more influential, as the demands on your time increase. You need to always ground yourself in balance. And you also need to ensure that you've got that support network that's always got your back and the people who will tell you the truth, right? So I have some friends who have been with me since day one and will not sugarcoat anything. If I'm misstepping or if my head is getting too big, they whip me back into shape, So I think those two things are, for me, the most important. So finding that balance, being able to find my ways of decompressing, going to run around, play, whatever it is, going on vacation. I love to travel. But also making sure that I'm keeping those relationships alive with my closest friends who I've been with for a long time, who will tell me the truth in a way that a lot of people will not necessarily do, right? And yes, you stretch yourself, you lean into that influential role you've been given, which means supporting others, etc. But at the point where you feel like you're burning out and you need that space for yourself, just being brave enough to take that space. We are not superwoman, and we need to stop pretending that we can do everything all the time. It's a recipe for disaster. We balance the best we can. We fire on all cylinders a few times a week, maybe, and then you find that space where you can pull back, surround yourself with those you love, and take some time to decompress. So that's how I view it, and it works.
Right. Thanks so much, Rosie. And I see some men, of course, we need some male support. So we see some men joining us virtually. I would like to hear from you also. You may want to share in your comments or your questions. We'd love to hear your perspective on this conversation. What you men don't tell us about influence today, tell us, please. We want to hear from you. And so you can drop in your questions in the chat box, or you may want to raise your hand, unmute, and shoot with your question. I'll take this question from my colleague, Anana Amanua. Hi, Anna. Thanks for joining. And this is what she says. She says, if each of us recognize our own unique strengths and build an identity consistent with that, we can each influence each other in powerful ways. May have been projected as doing the big things. But maybe, just maybe, it's really about touching the lives we come into contact with in small settings, at the office, at home, at church, amongst friends, etc. And I totally agree with you, Anna. At the very small level, and it was it leads up to a question I was bent on asking Rosie, that do you need to wait until you gain any leadership role before you start seeing yourself as influential? Do you really need to get to that leadership position?
Look, I could not agree with Anna more. She is 100% spot on. And it goes back to the point I made, which is that a lot of people who, a lot of you around this room will consider to be influential, did not set out actually to get that tag or that title. They did it by making changes in their communities, in their households, at their places of work, etc. And that's exactly what Anna is saying. In your own space, how do you do the little things that when you think nobody's watching, who are you? How do you show up? How do you influence in that little space without even knowing that you're doing it, right? And so sometimes I'll watch how people interact or resonate with, their help or drivers, etc. And if those people, when they have issues, questions, how do they even approach, their bosses or their masters? It tells you so much about the kinds of characters that these people have. So you absolutely do not need to wait till you're in a leadership position to have influence, because if you haven't honed it over time throughout, by the time you get there, you actually do not know or have the ability to be as influential as you could have been. It's something that is built in an almost innate manner in your everyday work and in how you show up. So that when you have that leadership position, all that is happening is that you're reaching a larger audience. You are not now trying to influence. You're not now trying to figure it out. You've already honed it over time, and now you have a bigger platform to reach more people. That's how I see it.
Anna, and of course, thanks to Rosie for amplifying Anna's points even further. We are just about climaxing our conversation with Rosie on what nobody tells us about influence, and I'm still looking forward to your questions, your comments, and of course, what you make of this whole conversation. But Rosie, I mean, being at an influential status in your life, it doesn't always stay there. There are fluctuations, there are the quiet moments, and a typical example I can easily remember is the current president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. While in opposition, he tells us how it felt in opposition. The quiet moments, nobody minded him. He was in his own corner. Now he's back into power, and you can see people rallying towards him. What do you do in your quiet moments as an influential person? How do you manage it?
I think the first thing you have to get comfortable with is sometimes recognizing that the influence you wield is as a result of the seat you're in and the position you have and not who you are, right? People are reaching out to you. People are looking for you. Today, people are looking for me because I am in control. I'm one of the people who helps manage a $50 billion fund. The day I move to another job that doesn't have that, 80% of those who keep knocking on my door will vanish. And I know this for a fact because I have been in this situation before. When I left Airtel Tigo, I joined a small insurance company called Bima that was actually doing some work for Airtel. This is before I went to Busy Internet. I worked there for about 1.5 years. And I say this with my full chest. You know, when I was at Airtel, you're sitting on the top floor, the CEO floor. Bima's offices were in Tigo's offices, but in the basement. And this is where I would come to work after being on the top floor, come to the same building in the basement. And it was funny because after I left, a lot of people would come to me and ask me how you survived or how you, like, wasn't that weird? And I would tell them I actually understood that the point at which I was having that influence was because of the role I was in, and it had less to do with who I was, right? So I don't carry that role as if it is a definition of who I am and my character. So the day I went into the basement, I was having as much fun, right? Because my mindset had already been framed in that way, because I knew that this is how life works. It's a lot of the people who believe that their influence in a particular role is because of them, that when they get out of that role, they completely, go through stress and are depressed, etc. So you have to balance, and you have to be a realist in terms of, what these roles mean. And when you have those periods of downtime, so I had that for about 1.5 years, it is to strategize. It is to think through how you influence still in your small ways, because the influence doesn't stop. It's a different objective, it's a different audience, and it may be a smaller audience, but the things you knew and the capacity you hold as a human being still exists, right? So you don't I don't think you should fall off the face of the earth because you're in a much smaller role now. You just approach it slightly differently because your span of influence has now decreased. But I think the most important thing I can say is that in those moments of quiet and in those moments where nobody's no longer looking for you or nobody's watching you, that you introspect and make decisions about what you're looking for and who you are as a human being without all of the power that has been given to you by virtue of the work you're doing. And people need to be very able to separate who they are and how they influence from the role and what the role gives them, because it's not one and the same.
Thank you so much, Rosie. And let me go back to our chat box and get to see whether we have more questions or comments. All right. I think we've exhausted all our comments, we've exhausted all our questions, and so this is where we would wrap it up with our first keynote speaker, our very own Rosie Finn, Country Director, MasterCard Foundation Nigeria, and we've been happy to be with her. Is it a holiday in Nigeria, Rosie?
Not at all, not at
I
all.
don't think so.
It's a very rainy, floody day here as well. It looks like Ghana and Nigeria, we have the same similar problems. But no, not a holiday.
All right. Well, we are enjoying our holiday. I'm sure these are some of the moments you wish you were in Ghana, right? We are
exactly
enjoying our holiday here. But thank you. Thank you for spending your morning with us. We are so grateful for sharing a part of you with us also. We are so grateful, and we look forward to doing this even more often. Maybe in the next summit we'll see you in person. Who knows? I mean, let's work it out. But thank you. Wish you great.
Absolutely.
Wish you
Thank
the
you
best,
so much for having
and
me.
we'll catch you on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, let us see the reactions. Let us see the reactions. Thank you, Rosie, for making this happen. We'll take your final words, and that'll be it, please.
No, just to say a huge thank you for having me. This has been great. As you said, I hope I've been able to share a little piece of myself. You know, I'm not shy with these conversations. In life, you have your ups, you have your downs, you have great days, you have periods that are not perfect, but it doesn't change who you are, your character, and what you stand for. And I think those are the things that are most important. A lot of people get into themselves and get big-headed when they have, you know, this influence. And like I said, they think it's because of who they are, but we are all here for a purpose. And I think once you're doing the best you can, you're working hard, you're building that credibility, that's all we can ask for. It's been a great conversation. I truly appreciate it. And congratulations again for 10 years. That's definitely worth celebrating. And have a great afternoon, everyone.
Please do look our way when these opportunities come along, because I'm sure our members will be more than happy to participate and apply. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rosie. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still the Women in PR Summit Day 2 virtual summit happening today right here in Accra. And thanks for joining us across the globe, across the continent. I see our friends from Nigeria joining. I see our wonderful friends from South Africa joining. Thank you so much for making this possible. We are live on YouTube, which is the subscription. To click on it and make sure that you're receiving every notification from that page. We also live on our Zoom platform, and so do well share the link. Very important. They are missing out on a lot. But thank you for spending your holiday with us. You could be doing a million and one things. In addition to the million and one things, you are joining us for this session, and we are so grateful. Well, guess what you have earned for joining us right from start till now? You've earned yourself a break. Yes, you've earned yourself a break. So we are going to take about 15 minutes break, right? So that gives you the opportunity to grab something to drink, grab something to eat, call that person to join in. I am going to be stretching because Charlie and easy. And so when we come back, we'll get to the climax of today's edition, which is the conversation on leading beyond titles. Advocate address will be delivered by our very own Lucy Quest, Chief Change Maker, the bold new normal. You do not want to miss that. What you also do not miss will be our wonderful prizes. You get it? Don't get it? Forget about it. On this note, we take a well-deserved break. We'll be back with more on this program. See you soon.
Universal access to cleaner energy are two of the most pressing challenges of our time. Protecting the planet for future generations, accelerating energy transition, and providing reliable electricity should be addressed simultaneously. Today, about 1 in 5 people have no access to electricity at all. Access to electricity is vital for human development as much as it is for the economic and social development of countries. Our solution is the Power Ship, a modern-day floating power plant. Developed, designed and built entirely by Karpowership. Powership is a multi-beneficial turnkey solution that delivers power within days. Karpowership provides the highest efficiency with multi-fuel flexibility and the lowest cost of delivered power. Karpowership's offer is unique and game-changing, delivering the most reliable mid to long-term power supply. Power ships are constructed in Europe's biggest shipyard. Our team of in-house marine, electrical and power engineers carry out the design and construction process for each ship. Now, the Power Ship is ready to sail to any part of the world to connect to the grid for immediate power supply. Unlike conventional power plants, Power Ships offer a fast-track power supply without any financing, construction, or completion risks, saving valuable time. Once at its final destination, side mooring is followed by fuel and Power ships light up people's lives. Today, Karpowership's fleet has an installed capacity of more than 7,000 megawatts. We supply to the Dominican Republic, Guyana, Ecuador, Brazil, Senegal, the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Sierra Leone, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Gabon, Mozambique, Sudan, Indonesia, and New Caledonia. We have a growing fleet of LNG assets. We have an active construction pipeline to add 3,000 megawatts to our capacity. With 10,000 megawatts of installed capacity, Karpowership is the only builder, owner and operator of a powership fleet in the world. In addition to a powership and LNG fleet, Karpowership has also constructed a fleet of emergency aid vessels called life ships to provide humanitarian assistance following natural disasters. After the devastating February 2023 earthquake that struck Turkey and Syria, we deployed 2 life ships to the region. One has been serving as a shelter for 12,000 survivors, while the second was transformed into a boarding school for 1,500 local students. Both life ships have been playing a vital role in the community's resilience and recovery ever since. We have been generating electricity for almost 5 million households every year, created more than 100,000 jobs, more than 55,000 students around the world, planted more than 15,000 saplings across our project locations, supported local fishing communities with equipment, storage facilities and special training. During the pandemic, we supported almost 400,000 people by donating critical ventilators and health equipment. We've built hospitals and orphanages and invested in critical infrastructure such as roads and water wells. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are a call for action to end poverty, improve health and education, reduce inequality and foster economic growth, all while tackling climate change and preserving our environment. We are proud of our role in delivering the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly our role in providing clean, reliable, modern and affordable energy by reducing inequalities and providing uninterrupted access to energy to foster economic growth. By contributing towards decent and gender equality through our Girl Power program. At Karpowership, we are building the future now.
Climate change has become a real issue, impacting every aspect of our lives as individuals and as a business. And so as a responsible organization, we care about the environment, and that is why we have embarked on Project Zero, use our carbon emissions to net zero. For us at MTN, Project Zero is not just a carbon reduction target. It is a bold strategic transformation. It represents our long-term ambition to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. Through this project, we are fundamentally reimagining how our business operates, embedding sustainability into network design, facility management, and decision-making at all levels. It is about securing MTN's future competitiveness while actively responding to the climate crisis.
Our Project Zero strategy starts where it matters most, and that is at our energy consuming sites.
Of solar energy at high consumption sites like our data centers
in Accra, Kumasi, and other MTN-owned locations.
The installation of a 574 kilowatts power solar photovoltaic system at MTN House, upgrading 84 precision air conditioning units to energy efficient models,
bringing our green energy footprint to 50% at switch and data centers and 54% at cell sites.
The solar infrastructure at MTN House now supplies 32 to 38% of our daily energy demand and has offset approximately 27% of our electricity consumption in just the first few weeks of installation. Beyond emissions reductions, we have seen improved cost efficiency, reduce grid dependency, and enhance operational resilience.
Our ambition is clear: a cleaner, more efficient network that doesn't just keep Ghana connected, it helps the planet.
It is a mindset we all need to adopt. So sustainability into the ESG champions. We have chosen to spotlight the Chief Transformation Officer, William Tete first.
For the public, we welcome continued support, partnerships, and collaboration.
Together, we are not just empowering connections, we are powering a greener, more sustainable future.
MTN is doing its part, and we invite others to join us on this journey.
We pledge to put ESG at the core of our business.
Sustainability,
our collective responsibility.
Today's career day took a different turn. We've done in the past is normally having industry people talking to the students and giving them their life journey in agribusiness. Today, we had the students pitching, coming up with a business idea concept, and then they pitching it to themselves, and then an ideation team made out of people that have worked so many years in the agri value chain. And it was great seeing all these ideas coming from these students today.
Lifestyle skill, social media powers, campus activations, or community campaigns. And finally,
most of these students, this is the first time they are getting an opportunity to hear even about the word pitching and for them to pitch their ideas. Our engagement with them, I think, has been very fruitful. They've gained a lot. We have also learned this consistency and polishing. I believe that if they get another opportunity to pitch, they will do things very differently. So I'm very much excited about what has happened here today.
When we add the labor costs, the profits, the breeders,
we were 95% off. So for the raw pork, we are selling to the restaurant,
reducing our marketing price, kit ready for storage.
It's my hope that they will leverage on this, get themselves into business. After all, the most important thing is for you to add value to yourself. And for me, business is the best opportunity. And so for agriculture as an agri-business, it is important for us not just to go to school and study, but that we should be looking for an opportunity where there are gaps and where we'll be able to fill in with our own businesses to make.
This program, it was not like last year's because this time most of the students were given the opportunity to engage more with the facilitators or the faculties.
I am part of the winning team of the Tilly Farm program. Today represented on marketing and branding. And then from my experience from the presentation, I've learned to believe in myself because from this experience, I've learned that if you are in a lead, you have to believe in yourself that you can do it.
This is what is needed in our schools. We need to expose our senior high school students to some of these business opportunities so that we do not just run through the course, but then we look
would become real business in the future.
So I would like to thank Tilly Farms very much for this very impactful program. I'll urge them to continue with this program and it will help us, the youth, to help us very well. Thank you.
The School Caravan is all about educating and supporting the next generation. So we want to shape their mind to build for the next generation, give them a better future.
Kwenungwa founded this school. He is very interested in education. In 1974, the community started the school.
So it was first a normal class with just long tables, about 6, and then 2 desktops that was used by a population about 700. So we had a challenge having the children having first-hand information, experience with the lab. They are going to make use of what they have seen now.
One person cannot sponsor education. We need all partners to come on board. So we are very grateful to FANMOS, especially training the children to be environmentally conscious.
We see our land, we see our ocean, we see our forest, and everywhere we go, we see it. We see plastic everywhere. So we want our children, we want to shape their minds that we need to cherish the land where we live.
We started our own thing before the FANMOS people came in. So we make the children to segregate. We call it sort it out. We had a black rubber, then the white one. The white one is for sachet rubbers. Then the black one is for papers. And then we have that of the bottles.
If you need natural products from fruits to vegetable and processed food, and also good product like yogurt, it's much better for you, for your health, than highly sugary, highly salty product. So we want to teach us two things for our children.
So Kwainungwa, one more time, say amen!
I started to be part of the collection of the harvest to keep the environment clean and win a prize for myself and my school.
We least expected that collecting just wrappers will earn us getting this ICT lab.
I'm thanking them for not letting me down. FANMOS, thank you.
Tired of searching endlessly for the right job? With Jobberman, you are in control. We connect you to top job opportunities right at your fingertips. But it doesn't stop there. Jobberman also offers essential skills training so that you can grow and stay clear to your experience and interest. No more missed opportunities. Unlock your potential, achieve your career goals, and take the next step with Jobberman Ghana today. Sign up now and start your journey towards a better career.
Start every day with delicious chocolatey Twisco, enriched with Enafort, a blend.
Welcome back from that break. It's a well-deserved break because we had to really appreciate our proud sponsors. I can tell you that this video was about 30 minutes, but because of time, we had to cut in. So apologies to all our sponsors, all of you. A very big thank you to all our proud sponsors, to Kira Special Foods, to Easy Technologies, to Global Media Alliance, to Flatter and Snooze, Mahogany Consult, Car Powership, Ghana Pay, Mobile Money, to Ghana Link, MTN Ghana, to Newmont's Ghana, as well as Cal Bank. And so thank you so much. Let's do it for them. Let's acknowledge and let them feel our love and appreciation. And I could see that the number has dropped. So this is what I want you to do. Please call that sister who was on with us early on. Call that sister who is yet to join us, because our address is equally very important, because we have delivering the second keynote address, which will climax the entire day 2 virtual session. And so please, let's come back on. Do well to call a sister. Make sure we are back on the Zoom link. So thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you too for staying with us right here on the program. I hope you grabbed something to drink or to eat. And I also hope that you have picked up a lot so far from first our plenary session and of course Rosie Finn. We are still, building up momentum to climax tomorrow at the CalBank headquarters with the Women in PR Summit climax. It's happening tomorrow quarters, and we want to see you coming in with full energy to come and support us. We really, really, really do need you. So please do well to join us tomorrow at the CalBank headquarters in person. Very importantly, in person at exactly 9 a.m. You have to be at the venue. If you haven't registered yet, I don't know whether the closing of the portal is up, but please do well to register and make sure you are coming with a colleague or a friend to learn more. See, the surprises we have lined up for you, the surprise giveaway for the fastest finger. The fastest finger. We have some questions we will be asking. And so the first person to put in the answer, either on Zoom session, okay? So the first person to put in their answer is walking away with 100 Ghana cedis worth of MTN airtime. Let's thank our friend. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for making sure that our audience also get a feel of the energy wherever they are watching us from. I mean, they get to you up for the bandits. I'm sorry, but you are not going to get it. And so we are expecting you to put in your answer in the chat session. Drop your answer in the chat session. And so at the end of the day, we'll collate our winners for the day, and then we would move on. So the first question, are you ready? Are you ready? These are questions you should know the answers to, okay? It's not rocket science, that I can assure you, okay? So just keep the heartbeats down. So our first question, sponsored by MTN Ghana, it says, in what year did MTN begin operations in Ghana? Somebody is asking what is the answer. Well, you may want to consult AI, but me, I won't help you. In what year did MTN begin operations in Ghana? A, I'm that generous, okay? I'm going to give you possible answers. A, 1994. B, 1996. C, 1998. D, 2000. And no, I will repeat the possible answers. So the fastest finger, put the answer there. At the end of the day, we'll collate the answers. Drop it in the chat or drop it on YouTube. We will see who answered first. Second question. MTN Ghana is celebrating how many years of impact and progress in 2026? So you see, so no a car. If you know the answer for question 1, you know the answer for question 2. Is it clicking? Question 2. MTN Ghana is celebrating how many years of impact and progress in 2026? A, 25 years. B, 28 years. C, 30 years. And D, 35 years. You know it? Put in the answer. Question 3, and please, I don't want to hear repeat the question. I am not repeating the question. I am sorry. Question 3, which program is MTN's annual employee volunteerism initiative? Question 3, which program is MTN's annual employee volunteerism initiative? Is it A, Go Bigger? Is it B, Yellow Connect? Is it C, 21 Days of Yellow Care? Or D, MTN Heroes? You know it? Drop it in the chat. The fourth question. So you see, every question is worth 100 Ghana cedis worth of MTN airtime. So if it's only one person that's able to get it all at the same time, the person is walking away with 500 Ghana cedis. So, like I've been saying, idea or there. Question 4. What are the 3 focus areas of the MTN Ghana Foundation? What are the 3 focus areas of the MTN Ghana Foundation? Is it A, agriculture, tourism, and is it B, industry, or is it energy, roads, and housing? To my final question. Who is the current CEO of MTN Ghana? As a PR professional, you should be up to date with issues. And so this one, dear, who is it? I won't even give you possible answers. Please answer it. Answer it. Who is the current CEO of MTN Ghana? Is it me? You can put my name there too. I know, but so I'll be waiting for your answers, and of course, at the end of the program, we will definitely let you know who and who are walking away with that 100 Ghana cedis worth of airtime for each question. For each question, it's just to appreciate you for spending time and joining us today, and it's all thanks to MTN Ghana. We are grateful for that. So keep your answers coming in. We have a strong team behind the scenes trying to collate all the answers and all our winners. I told you we have a lot in store for you, and this is just the beginning. You don't want to miss more we have for you tomorrow in person, and so you don't want to miss it. Please join us at the Cowbank headquarters tomorrow at exactly 9 a.m. Come with all your steez and composure, and come and learn, come and network, come and make new businesses, because I can tell you that people, you see, we just don't have time to tell the stories, because if we had the time, like we do in church during testimony time, the testimonies that have come out of this wonderful PR community, it's just mind-blowing. It's just mind-blowing. But thank you so much for staying with us. It's still the day 2 virtual session of the 10th Women in PR Ghana Summit 2026. And we are still on the theme, 10 years of positioning women in PR as a catalyst for strategic influence and change. We are moving on to our next keynote address, and she is ready. She is ready for us. And our next keynote address will be delivered by none other than our very own Chief Change Maker, our very own Lucy Quest. Now, Lucy Quest will be speaking on leading beyond titles. Professor, doctor, architects, APR, beyond all of those titles. Advocacy, influence, and nation building. Beyond the titles, but I still have to read her profile. Very, very importantly, because we need to know the caliber of resource we have put together for this year's summit. Lucy Quest, I dare say, is a household name in Ghana, and the bold new normal is a manifestation of Lucy Quest's desire to see empowered Africans create their prosperity. As a formal platform, Lucy started by sharing the lessons she has learned through her lived experience across corporations, continents, and communities, leading to her 2016 TEDx talk, A Bold New Normal. Her force and, of course, her focus on individuals soon evolved into a focus on creating a critical mass of change makers, leading to her book, The Bold New Normal, in 2019, annual conference from 2022. Now, she launched the Bold New Normal podcast in 2025. So it's a whole chain, right? From the conference to the book to the podcast. I'm wondering what next, Lucy. I'm really wondering what next. Now, she is the managing director and head of transformation for global transaction banking at Barclays, spanning all locations across the globe where the bank has a presence. She is an accomplished strategic business leader with extensive experience in financial services and telecommunications. She believes in collaborative leadership, creating room for people and for her team to succeed. And I can tell you, I know one of those Precious, who can tell me and hit his chest and say, Lucy is part of his journey. And of INSEAD Business School, C Squared, and Margins ID Group. And this is very important. She is the first Ghanaian woman to head a multinational telco as the former CEO of Airtel Ghana. She has held leadership positions at Vodafone as well as Millicom International Cellular. I could go on and on and on and on. This is a woman we all are inspired by. This is a woman we all look up to. She has set the pace. Most of us are looking up to her. And today she's with us here at the 10th Women in PR Summit. Oh, what a moment. What a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, just as I am, we are waiting anxiously, patiently, waiting for Lucy to join us for this conversation. But just if you think nobody knows the answers to the questions I asked early on, and you want to be the one to walk away with the airtime, this is the time to drop in your answers. Drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. So at this point, I'm going to, it's a moment of truth now, okay? If you happen to have answered the questions and you thought you got it right, I have the pink sheet. So I'm going to let you in on the answers at this moment. So to the first question, the first question I asked was, in what year did MTN Ghana begin operations? In what year? The answer is 1996. So if you got that right, you are walking away with that airtime. But on this note, we will just switch over and formally and officially welcome our second keynote speaker, none other than the venerable Lucy Quiz, Chief Change Maker of the Bold New Normal. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our second keynote speaker. Hi, madam. Good afternoon here in Ghana. I don't know where you're joining us from, but it's such an honor to welcome you to our decade milestone celebration here at Women in PR. We are happy to have you. And let's do this.
Well, good day to you all, and thank you so much for having me. And I'm so excited about that rapturous welcome. I am joining you today from the UK. I can't see most of you. I can see there are 39 participants, but hopefully you can all see me. So again, I hope you are having a really good conference so far. We have an hour together. And so what I plan to do is spend some time sharing some thoughts with you. And then beyond those thoughts, take some questions. So please write down your questions, because I think it's always important when you speak to people that it's a two-way thing, that you don't feel as though you just have to hear me and hear only what I have to say. But maybe some of the things I say will trigger questions in your mind, will trigger challenges in your mind, or there's something you heard earlier in the conference that you want to get another perspective on. By all means, note down your questions, so I will make time for you. But again, good afternoon, and great conference, great opportunity to speak to you, and congratulations on your 10th anniversary. It's both an honor and a pleasure to be here and join you. I know there's several accomplished women who lead our PR across Ghana, but also in this room today. Today, I've been asked to speak very specifically on leadership beyond title, the power of influence, authenticity, and leadership. You know, and I think we often think about leadership, especially in the context of Ghana and how we speak, the people we point out as leaders, leaves most of us instinctively thinking about titles, corner offices, organizational charts, or formal authority. Now, look, those kind of things are nice. It's nice to have a corner office. I won't deny that. But the people who occupy these places of positional leadership who are not leaders. And it's something I say all the time, being just because you have a title doesn't make you a leader. Leadership is a very specific, very intentional way of being, more than just being a title. Some of the most influential people and leaders I have encountered did not have these things I mentioned earlier. They possess things that are far more powerful. They're credible. They have expertise. They think strategically, and they have the ability to influence decisions that matter. My question to you is, are you that person? I believe that because of the influence of decisions that matter, what you do as PR professionals is uniquely important and presents a great opportunity. It would be remiss of me to dive in fully and not acknowledge what's gone on in Accra, in Ghana, in the last month, really. I know we've doubled down and we've been talking about it in the last few days intently, but it's been going on for quite a while. I really pray, my heart goes out to all the people who have lost their lives. It's a really hard thing to watch and see and observe. I don't know the extent to which, from a public relations point of view, we've really given them a sufficient degree of respect and dignity in the loss of their lives. I know there are people who are left behind who have lost loved ones, and that's heartbreaking as well. And I pray for their comfort. And then if any of you have experienced this, I accept my condolences. And equally, we have people who, for them, it's just their livelihood that's lost. People's homes and businesses have been washed away. Now, we all have a role to play in addressing these issues, but I think if you work in public relations, you uniquely have a role to play. And let me tell you why. 11 years ago, in June 2015, we were facing exactly the same position as we are in today. In fact, this time is worse. 11 years ago, we thought it was really bad. And I can tell you exactly what I experienced that day. That day, I left work. At the time, I was the CEO of Airtel in Ghana. It was raining heavily. We were going home. I live near the office. I was home very quickly, but it wouldn't stop raining. I called the office and I asked what was going on, and I was told there were people still in the office. They were concerned about how they got home, they would get home. And so I asked them to come to my house because it was nearby. We'd find a way to make it work. Half of them decided to come, the other half decided to stay in the office. The half who came home, I created 2 rooms. One was the girls' room and one was the boy and men's room, and we'd find a way to sleep through the night with my family. For those who stayed in the office, I went round my house looking for whatever food I could find that I could port and take to them in the office. And so I had some of my staff stuck in the office who received food, supplies, as much as I could find because it was raining. I couldn't go to a shop. And then you had another group of my colleagues who were in my house sleeping across 2 rooms. And in the moment while we were going through this, you would have thought that, it was really, really hard for us and we were having a difficult time. But the next morning we realized that, wow, we were the lucky ones. A few colleagues who had driven home said it took them hours and hours to get home. Thankfully, we didn't lose any lives in the office. But there I was watching the television, and we're learning about everything that happened at Circle that night and beyond. This story had such a great impact on me that for those of you who've read my book, The Bold New Normal, it's actually the opening story of my book, of why it's so important that we create the bold new normal. And I'll come back to that. But here's my question to every single one of you on the call who have been in your professions longer than 10 years, who have been in your professions since that incident to this. Why did the communication community drop the ball? Why did you stop asking the questions? Why did you stop influencing and driving a focus on some of the most important challenges in our country? That question is not a judgment. It's a statement of missed opportunity. It's a statement that leaves us with regret of things that we could and should have done. All of us within our spheres of influence as leaders have a role to play. Not a single Ghanaian is exempt from that solution that is needed. Because when it goes down, when things go wrong, we're all impacted. Thankfully, I can't say it's been at the same level of tragedy. I don't want to compare my family has experienced with people who've lost lives. We haven't lost lives. But the entire wall of my mom's house collapsed. And when you see the photos and the damage to her own home and her own room, this time around in 2026, you know that it's only by grace that a life wasn't lost. So my question to all of us is, what do we need to do to really address the real large-scale issues? Why do we get so distracted? Why does our public relations and communication focus so much on packaging, on what is outwardly visible? That is not leadership, because it's not influence. The truth is that we can no longer define leadership by designation. In an increasingly interconnected and complex world, influence comes from the value you bring to the conversation, the trust you build, and the perspectives you contribute. Not only does the whole world see what goes on in your country and in your situation, but more importantly, the whole world needs your voice to be sustained on issues that matter. Because the same way that the whole world sees when there's a tragedy, you have the unique opportunity to communicate to the whole world when things go better and well for us. As PR professionals, you're often in rooms where critical decisions are being made. They're being discussed. You have the opportunity to influence the outcome so that it's not just about the most senior person in the room, but it's about varied perspectives. But my question to you is that how do you come to those rooms? Are you sufficiently informed to engage the conversation? Are you sufficiently trusted because your perspectives are seen to be true and objective? Or do you come to every conversation with a subjective view, with a position already taken? And how do you ensure that you're being strategic in your engagement? It's so important yet that you demonstrate leadership when organizations, and help organizations really see what could be coming around the corner, anticipating risk, sustaining the pressure on the things that need to be done. I don't see enough women in PR. There are some, if I take an example of football, there are definitely, and there are examples of women who sustain focus in a specific field of PR and are credible authorities in that field, and it will be the people who are called upon every time to speak on that particular subject. But too many of us are tactical in our engagement. So you need to lead with the right questions to intrigue people to think differently, to really challenge them to say, if she is in the room, then by all means, there's something I need to hear. I need to pay attention to her view and perspective, because she always demonstrates leadership in the room just by what she has to say, and obviously subsequently what she has to write. People have to think about your perspective on how to manage not just communication, but public strategic communication, strategic public relations, strategic influence of an organization, an institution, or even the group that you find yourself in. The PR message has to move from just managing situations and managing people to strategically leading. And so I want us to pivot to talking a bit about the subject that, the heart of the subject, because I've given you a bit of a framework in terms of how I think you have opportunities to position yourselves. But I want you to start to think about yourself as the role you play in building what we have in front of us, which is a country and a continent that needs to be built. We said the power of influence, we said authenticity, we said leadership. I've talked quite a bit about what it means to lead beyond just titles, but let's unpack a little bit. And I'll start from the second bullet, actually, which is authenticity. In a country like Ghana, it is very difficult to be authentic. And you hear that and you go, well, Lucy, what are you talking about? We're very proud of our traditions. We're very proud of who we are. Yes, I agree. But I'm talking about authentically being you. That's the authenticity I'm asking you about. And that kind of authenticity is the authenticity that comes from, first of all, knowing yourself, really understanding what you bring to the table. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are you passionate about? What are you really interested in? I'm not talking about your authentic appearance. I'm talking about authenticity that comes from the inside out. Authenticity that makes you consistent in your engagements. So that's question number one. I'd say, what are you? What is authentically you? Now, if you ask me, some of you may have read my bio, but what's not in the bio that makes me authentically me is that there's certain things that I care about that are non-negotiable. There's certain skills that I have that I know are non-negotiable. There's certain areas of focus that I have that are non-negotiable. So let me give you some examples to make it concrete. First of all, I'll start from my values. From a life point of view, my values are faith, family, and freedom. The first two may sound obvious. The third one may sound different, but ultimately, I value the opportunity to choose what I do with my time. I'm here because I chose to be here, not because I feel coerced to do it. But equally, when I work somewhere, it's a choice. So those three things matter to me from my life point of view. And then professionally, what matters to me more than anything else is excellence, integrity, and generosity. Again, the first two may sound obvious, but the third one, generosity, is important to me because I know that I am the product of other people's generosity, that the investments that other people have made in me have made me who I am, and I need to do the same. So I've given you the pillars of from a values point of view. We're still talking about authenticity. I also truly believe that there are things I can do really, really well. So if you wanted to craft a strategy of how to get something done, you would call on me. If you wanted to bring people along, because I truly empathize with where they're coming from, to bring people along on a journey, influence that way, I know you can call on me. But from a skills point of view, I have very intentionally trained as an engineer and applied that training and other training to what I do. So again, all these things that I've just described to you, they sound intangible, but they present in your actions, your speech, and your knowledge. So that's what I wanted to unpack around authenticity. The rest of it, the shoes, the hair, the dress, yeah, it's your style. Style is important. Have your style, but know who you are authentically, so that when you're putting you on the table, you're very clear. Power of influence. The great thing about influence is that we all have it. But there's a big but to it. While we all have influence because there are people around us, whether it's within our family setting, whether it's within our work setting and so on, our churches and so on, we have influence because we know people. So the fact that you even have conversations with people results in a degree of influence. But what we're talking about here is where you truly harness the opportunity to influence people one way or another. So, concrete example, if you step into a conversation where people are being extremely negative about a situation that you believe should and can be different, are you going to dive in and help them bring the whole conversation down and negatively influence each other? Or are you going to be the lone voice in the room, public relations professional, that draws the conversation to where it can go? There was such an interesting business case that I studied when I was in business school. It was a video. It's from a movie. I forget the title of the video, but it was about a jury of 10 people. And 9 people in the jury had taken a certain position about the outcome of the case. And one juror disagreed with them. And can you believe that one by one, that single juror managed to change the outcome? That single juror convinced all the other 9 jurors that the position that they were taking was wrong. And so it's the ability to influence is something that you can actually study and cultivate intentionally, rather than from just join the crowd. And then when we talk about leadership, I've talked quite a bit about it already, but here's the thing. Leadership requires courage. Do you have the courage to lead? Leadership requires that you're willing, like that juror, to stand alone if needed. I'm not asking you to be a loner, but there are times when, as a leader, it's lonely. I remember when I was CEO of Airtel, one of the things my boss said to me, he said, in this job, there'll be days when you feel really lonely, that there's no one else standing with you, and you're going to have to keep pushing through. The question is, as a leader, when you find yourself in those positions, are you willing to stand as the lone voice, the lone PR professional who will do the right thing, who will say the right thing, who will influence the right thing? Now, power of influence, authenticity, leadership, these are all extremely important for you, especially in the context of Ghana. So let's go back to some of my experiences. One of the things I was really keen to understand when I was CEO of Airtel was just the psyche of us as a nation of Ghanaians. And so we conducted a survey, real market study, to understand what does it mean to be Ghanaian in our social construct? How do we behave? How do we think? What's our mindset? And I won't recount the whole list, but there are 2 things that stood out to me, very, very surprising. But then when we unpacked it, I thought, oh, that makes sense. Maybe I was surprised because I had hoped for different, but the reality was what it was. So 2 things that stood out to me. One was the fact that as a country, we are extremely resistant to change. Like it's in our psyche. We actually don't want to change. All those conversations we keep having about how so-and-so needs to do this and so-and-so needs to do that, and this leader didn't do this. We are actually extremely resistant to change as a collective. And this was an independent study. I'm not giving you emotion, or I spoke to 5 people, because sometimes people would speak to 5 people and they come back and give you facts. I'm giving you facts based on a market commission study. Ghanaians extremely resistant to change. In fact, on the scale of it, there were only like 2 or 3, and this was a comparison on a database of information they had that was global. So it wasn't even just African, but we were high on the resistance to change scale. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 that stood out to me is actually we as individuals do not like to stand out. Now, someone gave a thumbs up when I talked about resistance to change. How many of you agree that Ghanaians don't like to stand out? We don't like to be the exception. We want to be in the pack, right? This is the challenge that everyone on this call you face today. Because the challenge is yes, your community is communal and we like to stick together, but in your job, based on the topic that you have given me to speak about, my question to you is, are you willing to stand out? Are you willing to be the exception? Are you willing to be the one that everyone said is different? Different because of how she thinks, how she behaves, how she engages, how she actually does her work in PR. Those two questions are questions only you can answer, but I'm telling you what I learned, right? And you hear about it in our lingo sometimes. And the thing that evidences it is I have this habit of reaching out to people I know in the media when I see a panel that is all male. And I go, well, so-and-so, I call the person up, so-and-so, how come you're having a panel and there are no women? And every single time the response I get is that women don't want to be visible. They don't want to be seen. They don't want to be in a panel and discussion that is of national import. We prefer these circles, us women together, talking amongst ourselves. But taking that true position of leadership, we buckle. Again, question to you. You've asked me to speak on this topic. And the people who know me, who brought me here, know that I'm all about action. I'm not about talk. We talk and then we act. So let me tell you a bit more about action. When I was introduced, and I was very deliberate in parking the job title because the job titles are always there. I'm a managing director in a financial services firm in London, but today we're here to talk about what we need to do and build. And that's why we talked about the introduction mentioned Changemaker, which is what is on my Instagram. Many people know me for the Bold New Normal now, which is great. But let me tell you a little story of the Bold New Normal that is relevant to, again, yourselves on this call. I never set out to create the Bold New Normal. That wasn't the basis of it. I didn't sit in a room and go, oh, I know, the Bold New Normal will do X, Y, Z. What actually happened was that when I became CEO of Airtel, a lot of young people kept reaching out to me asking for mentorship, guidance, support. And it became very evident to me, and please pay attention to this story because all of what you've asked me to talk about, by the time I'm done with this story, we'll unpack all of what you've asked me to talk about, and I look forward to hearing your questions. So at the end of 2014, I'd been in the job for about 7 months. I realized that I just didn't have the capacity to meet the demand. So I sat down with my team and I said, look, we're in the technology space. I'm an engineer. Let's think about how we use technology to really create the level of engagement that we need. And that's how I landed and ended up on social media. I went onto social media purely as a tool, not out of interest to be out there, but more out of interest to reach people because the technology gave me scale. And back to the point of PR, we actually sat down and wrote a whole strategy paper of the subjects that I was passionate about, STEM and leadership and change, and when I would post and how I would post. And I started working on that, and I would wake up 3 days a week. I'd wake up an hour earlier than normal. I'd sit behind my computer. I would write out my post. Though in those days, it was mainly sort of sharing thoughts, and I would post it. And that was my deliberate intention to fulfill a demand, a need. There was a need, clear need to be met, which was people wanted to learn how to grow and realize their potential. And that's what I called it at the time, realizing potential. There was no Bold New Normal. It was simply realizing potential. And I'd write. And so more people could reach this information and be influenced by it without ever meeting me or seeing me because we don't always have the opportunity to meet. Fast forward the next year, 2015, we'd carried on and we were doing, I was writing all of this and posting and reaching people. I won an award. It wasn't an award for the post, maybe the post influenced the award, I don't know. But I was awarded Marketing Woman of the Year. Now, I know that when you win an award, there's a lot of publicity, but also it gives you more than visibility, it gives you a platform. So I went back to my team and I said, you know, I want to do something with this award that's more than just I've won an award and worn a nice sash. So again, we sat down and we thought, okay, what can we do that's meaningful based on this, leveraging this award to create influence and lead in the community? As I said, I'm an engineer. I've always been passionate about advocacy, particularly in when it comes to technical fields, because I feel we don't have enough people who know how to build and do. And so we sat down as a team again and discussed what we would do. And that's when we came up with Evolve with STEM, which some of you may be aware of. But Evolve with STEM was a very intentional platform born out of winning this award as Marketing Woman of the Year, to say, how do we influence STEM, not just STEM education, but STEM involvement as a whole? Because the challenge we have in Ghana is that it's not just that we need more women in STEM, we need more STEM professionals, period. So much of the building and construction that we need to do, we need more professionals who are trained in fields that involve problem solving, that involve building, that involve constructing, that involve systems thinking. That's what STEM gives you. So again, we took advantage of one PR opportunity out of, Marketing Woman of the Year, and built that into a much bigger opportunity around Evolve with STEM, and made use of the resources I had access to actually go into schools and create this wider engagement. And it's so funny that when we started Evolve with STEM, there were people in the media who actually asked me, what is STEM? And that's when it dawned on me that, wow, if we're starting the conversation at what is STEM, then we have a lot of work to do. So today, because of that and other things, people still reference me and go, oh, this is the woman who's interested in STEM. I genuinely am. But again, it's another example of taking advantage of opportunity, being in a particular place and using that to then build influence and lead in a particular space. Now, in 2016, so this is another year, it was a bit busy time 10 years ago, around the time that you were putting together Women in PR. In 2016, two very important things happened. And both of them, the first one I will talk about came about in 2015, the genesis of it. And then the second one was born out of this link between mentoring people and Evolve with STEM. The first one was that in 2015, myself and other women CEOs got together and decided that we needed to create a network where other women, professional women, had the opportunity to grow in their careers. And that's how in 2016, we launched the Executive Women Network, which is now 10 years old. Our 10th anniversary is this year. So again, it was born out of meeting a need and using our position and influence to put together a network and using our credibility and leadership to invite other women to come along with us in April 2016. At the same time in 2016, I was asked to give a TED Talk. And I think it's because of all the things I had been writing and saying and doing, and I was invited to give a TED Talk. So I thought, right, I have 18 minutes to tell the world what I really, really think. Again, back to my point about taking advantage of being in a place and what you have to say. So I very carefully crafted that major TED Talk. But that crafting involved my team. So I still have people around me who were in the room when I was sense checking with them how the talk would land and took their feedback on how to refine it. Now that talk was called A New Normal. I came and gave the talk in 2016 in London. I was in Ghana at the time. By the time I finished the talk, the organizers said I had used the word bold so many times that they believed what I really meant was a bold new normal. And that is literally how the name was born. A Bold New Normal TED Talk happened in 2016. Fast forward to 2018, I decided that A Bold New Normal TED Talk had to become a book. And the book, The Bold New Normal, was launched in May of 2019. beyond May of 2019, again, all of these things, I haven't given you a big project plan. It is about building on your influence and opportunity, being authentically yourself, and continuing to go one step at a time as the opportunities present themselves. So after launching the book in 2019, carried on with my life. The book got a lot of attention and support from different places. And then in 2022, I felt strongly led to launch a conference, but a conference that was about bringing together the people who had been influenced by the Bold New Normal and the people who we had the opportunity to influence. And that's how my annual conference started. Every year now we host the Bold New Normal conference, bring together change makers, create support for them. Well, the next thing that's happened after the conference is that now I'm losing track of time. In 2025, we launched the Bold New Normal podcast. Again, first some talks from me, but subsequently talks from leaders who are change makers. And this year, 2026, we've hosted the Bold New Normal conference in the UK for the first time, now bringing the diaspora into the mix. And we have so many other plans. I won't go into all of that right now. My point is simply this. You are in positions where once you authentically decide who you are, once you understand that you have the power to influence and you are deliberate and intentional about harnessing that power, then you have the opportunity to lead. But lead with what you care about. Lead with what you're willing to invest your energy and time in really understanding, in really studying, in continually growing in. It's about adopting a leadership mindset. This is the heart of it. It's about programming your mind so that you think like a leader in everything, not a titled leader, but a leader in the truest sense of the word. And that's how you create meaningful impact, by just being yourself as an authentic leader with the right mindset. But you have to cultivate this. You have to grow it. You have to ask yourself, who are other people I see, whether they have titles or not, who exhibit these characteristics that I would love to emulate, that I would love to reflect, that I would love to add to my toolkit to grow. You have to be willing to be you. You know, when I walk into spaces, I always tell people that I don't walk into spaces and thinking I'm a woman or thinking I'm one of the many things, or I'm a Ghanaian. I am all of those things. But in addition to being a woman and a Ghanaian, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a professional, I'm a Christian. There's so many things about me. So to be authentic, I have to recognize everything that amounts to being me, not just the things that other people see or other people want to focus on. And that's what allows you to be authentic. Do not be afraid. Honestly, do not be afraid to be you. You are uniquely made. You are fearfully and wonderfully made and uniquely made. Unique that there's only one you. Everyone else is taken. I'm sure you've heard that before. And your purpose and mission that you have to fulfill is uniquely yours. It's no one else's. Recognize that people will come along. We need people to help us to fulfill missions. We need people to partner with. But most importantly, there is only you to fulfill your mission. And so as we look to the future, I encourage each of us to redefine what leadership means. I ask us to not purely measure by title, by rank or position, but measure it by the trust we are able to earn, the influence we're able to build, the decisions we help shape, the positive change we create. And remember, we're in a nation that's resistant to change. So that last piece, the positive change we create, is going to require stickability. You're going to have to stick with the agenda and keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. It may take a lifetime. The question is whether you want to be that change maker, because anyone who invites me to speak knows that I assume they want to hear about that leadership that brings about change, because that's what leadership truly is. You're not influencing to sustain status quo. You're influencing to make an impact for better. Because the future will belong to those who combine expertise with purpose, influence with integrity, and communication with very clear vision. I really firmly believe that all of you women in public relations and communication are uniquely equipped, not only to participate in the future, but to help build it, because ultimately, mindset shift is driven primarily by communication. And so the next time you write a piece, the next time you give a speech, the next time you put out communication, the question I want you to ask yourself is, what is the impact this is going to have on the receiver's mindset? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for those very inspiring words, letting us know how to lead beyond the titles: advocacy, influence, and nation building. A lot of takeaways, and my key takeaway would be influence with purpose and integrity. And let me circle back to a mentorship workshop I was in just yesterday, and it was a group of early career scholars being mentored by senior scholars, and we were having a conversation about beyond the title of doctor, professor, all the titles, beautiful, emeritus, emerita. Beyond that, who are you really? Who are you really as a scholar? Who are you really as an individual? And it's just bringing me back to this moment about going beyond the titles and really focusing on, having an introspection as to who you are really within. And I think it's just a very timely conversation to be having at this moment. And we are so grateful to you for taking us through this very important conversation. I would go back into our comment session, and please let us see the reactions. Let us see the reactions. Let us see the reactions. This one is coming in from Jennifer, who says, it takes exceptional courage to be the lone voice in the room speaking in certain situations. And thanks for that. Nana Akoto Bamfo says, Ghanaians mainly like to remain neutral and agree up. Everything is yes. Everything is yes. Jennifer comes back to say, we want to be the exception when everyone else is standing with us. Teamwork makes the dream work. And Dr. Paulina Kranche says, we are not influencing to maintain the status quo. That is her key takeaway. And funny, Nana Ampon says, very insightful and thought-provoking session. And of course, you can expect some really bold comments from Lucy. I mean, she says, Ghanaians, Charlie, we are not authentic. Oh, a very bold statement there. Do you agree with that? Or you do not agree with that? You may want to share in your comments in the chat box. But at this point, we would open up for questions. And it's still the same format, okay? You may want to slide it in the chat box, or you can raise your hand. Let's do this orderly. You raise your hand, and then you unmute, and then get to speak directly with Lucy, who is on the other side of the call. So please, let's keep our questions coming in. Kindly raise your hand if you want to talk, and we'll let you unmute, and then you share in your question, and then we can let it go. But Lucy, let me start. Listen, we are in that part, or we are from that part of the continent where you really cannot do without the titles. I mean, what do you say? I've spent how many years with my PhD? I mean, you know what? I went through a very grueling experience. And so really, it's pretty much a part of me. I can't do anything about it. You need to call me so, and so, and so. And it's part of me. Yes, it is a part of you. But when do we decouple the title from personal self? Who you really are.
Okay, so let me address the title part first. Yes, we're a continent or a country we're a country that loves titles. We're obsessed with titles. So we end up having people, to be honest, wasting their time acquiring useless titles as well. I'll say it openly. Like when anyone comes to me and says they want to study, I ask them what for. If your purpose is only to get the title, you're wasting your time. If your purpose is to use the knowledge acquired to advance your agenda of influence, then absolutely. I tell you this, part of the reason why sometimes we don't get as far as we should get in our careers is sometimes because we're so obsessed with the title that we forget about the substance. When I first joined the telecommunications industry, I was a short time out of my MBA. I think I'd graduated from my MBA 3 years earlier. This is on top of being an engineer, chartered engineer, and so on. And I remember when I got the job, the person who recruited me, who was the CEO for Africa for this telecom company, he said to me very pointedly to my face, he said, you know, Lucy, it's great that you have this MBA and all, but your MBA is like a calling card. It's like your business card that you give to someone to say, let me in the door. He said, now that you're here, you need to show us what you can do. So the first thing I'll say to your question is that even if other people keep talking about title, you've got to focus on the value you create, because guess what? Titles in themselves cannot sustain you. It doesn't matter what people tell you. It doesn't matter how many times people clap because you have a title. The title doesn't do the work. The title doesn't create the value. The title is just your calling card. Now, in terms of separating self from the title, what's really important is to go back to my point about what you can do. Like my boss asked me what I can do. What I can do is about me. It's not about the title. You don't show up into a meeting room with a title on your forehead. You show up as you. And when people, beyond the greeting of Dr. this, engineer this, blah, blah, all those titles, what really matters is, what did she get done? What value did she create? So the separation from me and title is the fact that the substance of me has to make a difference to the room, to the organization, to the country, to the entity, to the institution. So the people I'm engaging, me, has to make a difference to them. Because guess what? There are lots of people who are engineers. There are lots of people who are have doctorates. There are lots of people who are emeritus. Question I always ask people is, what's the difference between you and the other person doing the same job? And the difference is the value that you create as you, not as a title on paper.
What a great response. What value are you bringing beyond the title? This is the question you should be asking yourself. We'll go online and see whether we have some more questions or, more comment from our virtual participants. Let's keep the questions coming in. Let's hear from you. What do you make? Okay, so we have a hand up. I see Miss Obi has her hand up. And so, Miss Obi, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and proceed with your question.
Hi, Pamela. Thank you so much. Madam Lucy, thank you for the inspiring session with us. I'd like to find out from you, a lot of the time when we talk about influence, and it's always clear but dicey, because most of the time people with titles are able to influence others in a negative way. In what ways can we ensure that people with titles do not influence us negatively, so that we can lead or follow people or individuals who have the right influence, just like yourself? Thank you.
Really, really good question. Thank you. Look, here's the thing. It goes back to your values. It goes back to what you align with. People who partner with me on the Bold New Normal conference know that the process we go through to select speakers. We don't select speakers just because they have a title that sounds good. We really, really challenge ourselves to think, and no human being is perfect, don't get me wrong, but we challenge ourselves to think, how closely does that person genuinely align with the values we espouse? And so equally as an individual, you have to do the same repeatedly. You can't just follow people because they have a title, even a pastor. I'll throw in pastor as well. Even a pastor. My pastor knows that when I'm sitting in the church, as he's preaching, I'm cross-referencing and checking whether I actually agree with what he's saying based on the biblical reference. Not because I know how to pastor better than him. I don't. But he has to give me enough information so that I can cross-reference what he's saying with the biblical verses he's given me and see whether it makes sense and it adds up. That's how critical we need to learn to be. Just because you receive information from someone with a title does not mean it is the truth or it is what you should follow. So if I'm willing to do that, even with my pastor in a pulpit, who knows I do it, he's heard me say I do it, so it's not a secret. Imagine how I think about everybody else. Everything I hear, I filter. The Bible tells us that we should make every thought and every word subject. What is your filter? Your value system is your filter. Just because you heard it doesn't make it right. Just because someone in a position said it doesn't make it the right thing to say, think, or do. You have to ask for facts and figures, i.e., is there data to support or information to support? And if it's not data based on data, is their life and the outcomes that they are delivering aligned to what they're saying, and is it validated? So we have a role to play in being consistent in engaging our thought process around the information we take in and what we do with the information we take in.
Lucy, and thank you, Ms. Obi, for that question. Let's go online and get some more questions. I see Na Amanwa sending in her question, and she is asking, how can we lead with empathy? And she references the recent floods, and some people, I know there are members here who went through difficult times last Monday, and we are with you as a community here at Women in PR. But you know, some people were risking their lives through the floods just to get to work. Just because an HR is saying you have to come to work, or we have a meeting, or you have to meet that deadline today, and people were ready to risk their lives just to get to work. And you're asking yourself, where's the empathy? Where's the empathy? And so for leaders like that, I mean, I don't want to believe we have women in PR bosses who were calling on their staff to come to work on that day. But just in case we do have people like that amongst us, how can we, you know, sanctify them or sanitize them from this, you know, mindset?
You know, the thing about empathy, which is one of the most powerful leadership tools, that's what people don't realize. People don't fully understand that as a leader, empathy and probably vulnerability are some of the keys to unlocking authenticity. But the challenge with empathy is that if you don't invest in seeing things from the other person's perspective, if you don't invest in walking a mile in their shoes from their perspective, it's very difficult to empathize. So there are two things I would say to the question. One is that you yourself as a leader invest in understanding other people's lived experiences so that you can empathize with them because you understand what they're going through. And then in addition to that, I would say use your voice to influence the leader who is not demonstrating empathy. And let me give you a concrete example that's nothing to do with the flood, but it'll bring it to life. So when I was doing my national service, I was a teacher in a government school. And in the school, there's some kids in my class who just would not do their homework. Like they wouldn't do their homework. So initially, I did what we're told to do as teachers. You punish them because maybe the punishment will yield results. And after a few times, I thought to myself, actually, I don't believe that these children don't want to do their homework. So I sat them down. Remember, this is me, much older than them. These were kids in JHS. I sat them down and I tried to understand. I asked them to tell me about their lives after school. When we close from school, what happens? And it turned out that some of these children will leave school and they'll go and sit in Kaneshi Market and help their mother to sell. By the time they get home, they're exhausted. There's nothing else they can do. And it was stories like that that I heard. And I realized that, you know what? No amount of punishment is going to make these children do their homework because they just don't have the capacity. They don't have the energy. They don't have the room for it. The mothers are probably thinking, I've sent you to school. Now come and help me sell so that we can eat, right? And so it made me completely change my approach in how to deal with these children, because what they needed was my empathy. They didn't need my law enforcement, as I would call it. But I only understood that by talking to them, by understanding their situation. If in my mind I'm thinking, oh, these children are leaving school, they're going home, they're just going to play and do whatever and then be disrespectful. You know how we are in Ghana. As soon as somebody doesn't do what I say, they're disrespectful. That obsession with respect robs us of the ability to empathize, because we're so busy in our leadership seats demanding respect that we don't create room to listen, hear, engage, and understand. So back to my point, you've got to walk a mile in someone's shoes. Sometimes it's literally, sometimes it's just through listening. And with your understanding, I call on you to influence that other leader who may not empathize because they haven't done this exercise, but that's where we start from. Walk a mile in their shoe.
We'll take a final question from Dora. Dora is asking, how do you maintain your individual voice in a role that is not managerial? How do you maintain your individual voice in a role that isn't managerial?
I love that question, because the reason why I love that question is that when you're not a manager, you probably have the greatest opportunity to learn how to lead. It's the greatest opportunity. And so that's why I'm beaming, I'm smiling so much, because I love the question. So if you think about it, we talk about leadership, and we always talk about leadership in the context of, and I've done the same today, others, my impact on others. But actually, the first person you lead is yourself. And there's so many people who haven't learned to lead themselves. So the simplest thing, they want someone else to give them the direction or the opinion, or so they're not even leading themselves. They're not influencing themselves. They're not deliberately making choices. So the first thing I'd say, that when you're not a manager, perfect opportunity to develop yourself as a leader by leading person number one, you. Remember, people have gone through school, they've been guided, do this exam, pick some subject, do this, do this, do that. A lot of the time, not every child, and it's even worse. I always give this example. It's even worse that sometimes not only do they not have the opportunity to lead themselves, but actually when the opportunity should be taken, it's dampened. And I always give the example of, a mother tells her child, wear the red dress to church. And the child comes up and says, oh, I prefer the blue dress today. And then we beat them down and go, no, I don't mean literally beat them down, but we push them down and say, no, I said wear the red dress, and that's my instruction, so wear the red dress. And I'm thinking, red dress, blue dress, you bought both of the dresses. If a child can't choose a dress to wear, you're robbing them of learning the skill of making decisions. And with that very simple example, the point I'm trying to get across is that, so some people can come all the way into the workplace as individual contributors, they're not managers, and still not know how to lead themselves because they've never been allowed to even make the simplest of decisions. So use that time to, first of all, develop leadership of yourself. That's number one. Number one. And then the second thing, to the heart of your question, which is about how do you influence without that title, you influence by your work. The greatest thing you can bring to an organization to get the recognition of leadership is the value you create in that workplace. And sometimes what I've learned is that a lot of the time, it's about doing the work that's not on your job description. Doing your job description is a hygiene factor. It's a minimum you should do is do your job description. Going above and beyond to help that other department to be successful, that other person to be successful, that other partner to be successful, they start to pay attention. And they go, oh, wow, Lucy's not responsible for all of this, but she's done this and helped us be successful. You know what happens? The next time there's the discussion, there's the meeting, there's the interest in that subject, someone will go, well, why isn't Lucy in the room? She's the one who helped us do this the last time. So if you want to be a leader without a managerial senior position, be the person who influences the success of others in the organization, and you'll be recognized for your leadership without being a manager.
So much, Lucy. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see the applause. Let's see the applause. What a session. What a session. Lucy, I know we just have about 2 minutes of your time. So just leave us with one sentence, one message every woman in PR should remember when she leaves the call today.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And first of all, let me say a really, really big thank you to all of you, not only for taking your time to participate and stay with me, but to listen. And I appreciate your questions, because I always learn from questions. You have a unique opportunity. If you think Ghana needs to change, that change starts with you. You are our voices. You are our communicators. You are the people who keep us honest in a sustained way that won't allow people to drop the ball. Take hold of that power. You have that power. Take hold of that power. Own it. Own it confidently. Own it intentionally. Own it with all that you have and use it. Use your power and use it as uniquely you. Don't wait for someone else. Don't wait to look and feel like someone else. Use your power to influence change by shifting mindsets on a sustained and consistent basis. And do not allow the resistance to change of your country to deter you, but make sure you have the people around you who support you, who will give you the energy you need to keep going on that journey. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Lucy. What a resounding call to action. Use your voice. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful time with you. We appreciate it, and hopefully we will get you in person during our subsequent summits. But until now, we say thank you and best wishes in your endeavors.
Thank you. Take care.
Colleagues, oh my goodness, what a day well spent. What a day well spent. I mean, you've been with us right from morning, where we started our conversation on exploring emerging technologies. We unpacked the conversation of, what they don't tell us about influence with Rosie Finn. And just a few minutes ago, we have reflected on leadership beyond the titles, owning your own voice and letting leadership, really come from within and not focusing on the titles. Really, it's been a wonderful time. I mean, I've picked up a lot. I hope you have also picked up a lot. Judging from the questions and of course the comments you've come in with, I know that you are walking away really informed and empowered from today's summit. Thank you. Actually, we can't thank you enough. We came knocking and you opened your doors. And so allow me to acknowledge them once again. To Kira's Special Foods, thank you. To EasyTag Technologies, to our Global Media Alliance, to Jobberman Happy Program, to Tilly Farms, to Brickstone Construction, Flattened Snooze, to Premasidor Del Cielo Farm Milk, Vivo Energy, to Mahogany Consults, to Ghana Link, to Car Power Ship, as well as Ghana Pay Mobile Money, MTN Ghana, Newmont Ghana, CalBank. We say thank you. And to our partners, we say thank you also to Comms of Africa, Nueva Communications, Excelsis from where we are streaming live from, to Comms of Africa, to YFM, to MX24 GH1, Star FM, Joy Prime, BNFT, Daily Guide, and Novan Report. Ladies, let's thank them. And you know what? I think we need to say a very big thank you to the organizers, the planning committee members, Charlie. They've been planning this for a very long time. To our wonderful executives, Charlie, the women we have the women, and they are really working. We say thank you so much for putting this together. And if you think that this has been successful, wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are climaxing the 10th Women in PR Summit. don't want to be a part of it virtually, you should be in person. You join us at the CowBank headquarters here in Accra. Just come. Okay, I wish I could speak Ghana, but unfortunately I can't. But just come and see. Okay, and I'm sure most of you have been asking, okay, who are we expecting on day 3? Who's doing what? Who's doing what? I am happy to announce that I am the only person right now in Ghana. Well, in addition to the executives, okay, because they know who has the lineup for tomorrow, and I'm going to release it. Okay, I'm that kind, like I always say, I'm that generous. Okay, so tomorrow it's a packed show as usual, and so we are meeting at the CowBank Auditorium. And I'm happy to announce that one of our very own, Francisca Kakra Forcing, is our host for day 3. And she will be leading the conversation for tomorrow. Hosting the entire program. And then there'll be a plenary session, okay? And we are expecting our very own Abigail Na Clay Clegg to moderate the conversation. Yes, so she'll be in person. And of course, we'll be expecting our very own Falconer Teki Akwete. We'll be having our very own Ohin Owa Brown. And of course, Nana Kunedu Opoku Chumesi. And to lead us with the plenary session. I think at this point, I need to, yes, it's very important. Let me drink some water. All right. So thank you so much for sparing me that few seconds. And so this is what you should be expecting. Francisca is coming in live in person. We're expecting Abigail Na Clay Clegg, and of course our panelists will be Teki Akwete Falconer. She's the founder and executive director for Africa Digital Rights Hub. We have our very own Ahenewa Brown, communications specialist, and Nana Kunedu Opoku Chumesi, who's a senior manager legal transactions at CowBank. And they'll be having a wonderful conversation on handling data responsibly, implications of Ghana's data protection law for PR and comms. Wonderful conversation. A wonderful conversation. You don't want to miss it. Also, we will be having a special session. Should I give you too much or actually share some of the information? Because it's like I'm giving you too much. But some personalities you should be looking out for tomorrow. The founder, Faith, as usual, she'll give us a message. But I think this message will be different from the many years she's been delivering her, message, because it's going to be a very special moment, very emotional, I must say, because I'm wondering what was going through her mind 10 years ago. She didn't have it all together, but she made a move and said, how about starting this beautiful community? And 10 years later, look at where we are. So tomorrow, please come around and let's hear the full gist, okay? And so we'll be expecting so many faces in the PR industry, right from the, the Gen Z people, they'll be there, the millennials will also be there, Charlie, the senior colleagues too, Charlie, much respect. They will also be there. And so you do not want to miss it. We'll also have another conversation, and that will be moderated by drum rolls. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce, I like to call her the Gifty Bingley. Gifty Bingley is going to give us our keynote address for tomorrow. And senior comm strategist, senior comm strategist, she'll be speaking on the career nobody plans for. The career nobody plans for. Lessons on reinvention, relevance, and influence. And if you have been listening to Gifty throughout her, she started a series online. You don't want to miss this particular one. So I'm encouraging each one of us. Tomorrow is Saturday. Join us at the Cowbank Auditorium here in Accra for a packed time. So many activities, so many pictures will be taken. Talking about pictures, please, if you haven't posted yourself joining us, I think this is the time where we take our, you know what I'm talking about. It's time for that selfie. So this is the part where you go to your video. We want to see you now. We will take that happy family picture right now. And so please put on your camera. It doesn't matter whether you are in the hair bonnet or you are in a car, you are in a salon, or wherever you are, please let us see you now. Let us see you now. Let's turn on our cameras. It's time to take that iconic Women in PR Summit picture. If you're a regular on our virtual sessions, you know that this is what we do every year. So please, let's do this. Let's do this. It's time to take our picture. Let's do this. So I see you all. I see Manuela. I see Jennifer. I see Miss Obi. I see Francesca. I see Dr. Cranche. Good to see you. I see Winnie. I see Zoom user. Zoom user. I see you. Okay, I see you. Let's put our video on and let's take this iconic picture. So are we ready? Are we ready? So we'll take a picture. We take a picture now. So the team is ready to capture the moment. So let's see your videos. We still have some more people. Dora, Eunice, Fanny, Gloria, Faustina. Let's see your video on. Let's see your video on and let's take this beautiful, happy family picture. All right, so let's do this. Anikria, I still see you. Shall because you put on this jersey and Anikria, today we are not coming home. Today, we are not coming home. So, technical team, if you are ready for the group picture, can we do this in 3? Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'm looking forward to seeing every one of you at the summit tomorrow in person. Okay, thank you so much for your time. Okay, at this point, I'm sure most of you are wondering, okay, so is that all? No, I told you that I'm a nice person. And so I have some goodies for you. So don't log out yet, okay? Don't log out yet. Those who joined us on Zoom, those who joined us on YouTube, don't log out yet because I still have some goodies for you. Remember we did a trivia, right? Sponsored by MTN, and I asked some very simple questions, Shadi. At this point, I mean very simple questions. If you don't know this, and so I'm gonna give out the answers as well as announce our winners for today. And so this is what you do for us. This is what you do for us. You would when I mention your name as a winner, you put your full name in the comment section. Do we take their numbers? Yes. And you give us your MTN number, because if you are not using MTN, why are you taking MTN credits? So you give us your MTN number. Fair deal. Okay. All right. So our first question we asked was, in what year did MTN Ghana begin operations in Ghana? In what year did MTN begin operations in Ghana? And the possible answers were 1994, 1996, 1998, and 2000. Now the answer is B, 1996. And so Janet, who joined us on Zoom, is working away with 100 Ghana cedis worth of MTN airtime. Let's clap for Janet. Janet, thank you so much. So please put in the chat your name and your number. Congratulations, Janet. If you are not clapping, you are jealous. If you are not clapping, you are jealous. You wish it were you, but it's fastest finger. I'm sorry. So congratulations to you, Janet. And so to our second question was, MTN Ghana is celebrating how many years of impact and progress into Mars a card. This one part here, you should know. Okay. And so obviously the answer is C, 30 years. So congratulations to Agatha. Agatha, you won this one. Congratulations to you. So put your full name and your number there. Our third question was, which program is MTN's annual employee volunteerism initiative? Which program is MTN's annual employee volunteerism initiative? And I'm happy to announce the answer is C, 21 days of yellow care. 21 days of yellow care. And this person was very fast on YouTube, and it is smile_speaks. That's a person's username, smile_speaks. So congratulations to you. So you may also want to put in your full name and your number on YouTube for us, okay? Just so that we can follow up and get you your prize package. To our fourth quarter, 3 focus areas of MTN. Focus areas are education, health, and economic empowerment. Education, health, and economic empowerment. So I have the first person here, and according to our data, Ruby Osei on Zoom type first. Ruby Osei, congratulations to you. And to our final question, who is the current CEO of MTN Ghana? I deliberately didn't give possible answers because, Charlie, this is public knowledge. You should know this. And so, Ajua Ejewa on Zoom also got this. Ajua Ejewa on Zoom also got this. And congratulations to every one of you for participating in this very interesting quiz. Stephen Blewett, obviously, is the CEO of MTN Ghana. Thank you all so much for competing. I like the competition. Thank you for competing. But of course, we would have to select, just one from each question. But I promise you one thing, there will be more tomorrow from our sponsors, okay? There will be more tomorrow, so you don't want to miss it. Thank you so much to MTN for making this possible. And I would like to say a very big thank you to you all for joining us. And let's remember that influence is not reserved for those with the loudest voice. No, as we have learned from today, it belongs to those who communicate with purpose, who lead with integrity, and serve with impact. I'd like to say a very big thank you to our proud sponsors. Thank you for making today's summit really possible. To CalBank, to Newmont, to MTN Ghana, to Ghana Mobile Money, Ghana Pay Mobile Money, to Car Powership, to Mahogany Consult, to Ghana Link, Vivo Energy, Fan Milk, Del Cielo, Permacidal, Flatter and Snooze, to Brickstone Construction, to Tilly Farms Jobberman Happy Program, to Unimark Global Media Alliance, EasyTag Technologies, and Curious Special Foods. And to our partners, Comms of Africa, Nueva Communications Excelsis, and of course to YFM MX24, GH1 Star FM, Joy Prime BNFT, Daily Guide, and Novan Report. On behalf of Women in PR, we say thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful day. Stay safe. And remember to say a prayer for the Black Star. See you tomorrow. My name is Pamela Kosa, and I do hope I earned the pleasure of your time. Thank you and see you. Bye-bye.
The facilitators or the faculties that were there.
I am part of the winning team of the Tilly Farm program. Today we presented on marketing and branding. And then from my experience from the presentation, I've learned to believe in myself, because from this experience, I've learned that if you are in a competition or in a program where people are asked to lead, you have to believe in yourself that you can do it.
This is what is needed in our schools. We need to expose our senior high school students to some of these business opportunities so that we do not just run through the course, but then we look for opportunities so that we'll be able to maximize the loss for the good of the country.
Yes, this is a good start for them, and hopefully some of the business ideas that we heard today would become real businesses in the future.
So I'd like to thank Tilly Farms very much for this very impactful program. I'll urge them to continue with this program, and it will help us, the youth, to help us very well. Thank you.
School Caravan is all about educating and supporting the next generation. So we want to shape their mind to build for the next generation, give them a better future.
Kwenungwa founded this school. He is very interested in education. In 1974, the community wanted a big school, and that is why he started the school.
So it was first a normal class with just long tables, about 6, and then 2 desktops. That was used by a population about 700. So we had a challenge having the children having first-hand information using the ICT tools. The children now are going to have first-hand experience with the lab. They are going to make good use of what they have seen now.
One person cannot sponsor education. We need all partners to come on board. So we are very grateful to FANMOG, especially training the children to be environmentally conscious.
We see our land, we see our ocean, we see our forest, and everywhere we go, we see it. We see plastic everywhere. So we want our children, we want to shape their minds that we need to cherish the land where we live.
We started our own thing before the FANMOG people came in. So we make the children to segregate. We call it sort it out. We had a black rubber, then the white one. The white one is for sachet rubbers. Then the black one is for papers. And then we have that of the bottles.
If you eat well, healthy, natural products, from fruit to vegetable and processed food, and also good product like yogurt, it's much better for you, for your health, than highly sugary, highly salty product. So we want to teach us 2 things for our children.
So Kwenungwa, one more time, say amen!
I started to be part of the collection of the harvest to keep the environment clean and win a prize for myself and my school.
We least expected that collecting just wrappers will earn us getting this ICT lab.
I'm thanking them for not letting me down. FANMOG, thank you.
Tired of searching endlessly for the right job? With Jobberman, you are in control. We connect you to top job opportunities right at your fingertips. But it doesn't stop there. Jobberman also offers essential skills training so that you can grow and stay competitive. Plus, you will get personalized job ads for roles tailored to your experience and interests. No more missed opportunities. Unlock your potential, achieve your career goals, and take the next step with Jobberman Ghana today. Sign up now and start your journey towards a better career.
Start every day with delicious chocolatey Twisco, enriched with Enofort, a blend of energy-boosting vitamins and minerals.
And where are you two going?
We are training to be winners.
title winners drink Twisco with Enafort. Twisco, power your dream.
This advert is FDA approved.
Yes, that's the tree block. That's the tree block. That's the tree block. Hey, Alandio! Alande!
Yeah, Alande.
Do more your way on Ghana Pay. Send and receive money at zero transaction fees. Pay bills, buy airtime and data, transfer money in and out of your bank account, and so much more with Ghana Pay. Dial *707# to register for Ghana Pay or download the Ghana Pay app from the Play Store or App Store.
Hey, then Alande.
Ghana Pay Alande. Ghana Pay. Your money, your way.
Hello. Remember the 90s? If you wanted to advertise your business, you had very few options. GTV, Daily Graphic, or a billboard in town. And that meant you needed a big budget.
Why are you running?
And then social media changed everything. Now, everyone can promote their business, even for free. But with everyone running social media ads, how do you stand out?
I offer you nothing else.
Your videos need to stop people in their tracks. Just like you've stopped to watch this video. Want to create professional videos that grab attention for your business or personal brand? Join our smartphone videography class to learn how to create professional content for social media for just 499 cedis. Call or WhatsApp us 055 44 19 821. See you in class.
Driver, I don't waste your time, sir.
Buying insurance just got as easy as walking into a Shell shop and picking it off the shelf. Introducing the Hollard Insure Pack. Just scan the QR code in the box, click on the link that appears, enter your car details on WhatsApp, assisted by Araba Hollard, and bam! Officer just has to use the insurance short code *920*57# to verify.
Why you lucky? Next time, make you. Oh, Anyami, you for do the Hollard Insure Pack. Oh, it coming rough.
The Hollard Insure Pack.
It's so easy.